It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like, Buffalo, we'll get into them.
And wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's get it going. Midweek edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we expected it might happen, and now it's a reality. The G-Men make a change at quarterback. We'll get into that. We'll also have my streaming corner, Wine About It Wednesday, and a couple of great guests as well. Doug Bell from the PGA Tour gets us ready for the Ryder Cup, and former Seahawk and Nittany Lion. Michael Robinson talks NFL, and Penn State and Oregon in our final hour. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. It is a Wednesday. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I understand it's football season, but man, has football or baseball season has me locked into some of this drama, Jenks. I could not believe the Tigers, what they are doing. They lost again. And although I will salute them for letting us win our bet on the first 5 under in this game, I cannot believe the free fall that they are in. That's what we were watching last night, and I could not believe my eyes.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on with those guys. Guardians caught them. Caught him. Got him. And that was a brutal 6th inning for Tariq Skubal as well. Like, he kind of fell apart, which he hit a batter in the face, and that wasn't good. Then he threw a wild pitch. Like, that kind of just threw him off, and that threw the Tigers off as well. So maybe that's an extenuating circumstance. But regardless, I mean, this has been going on for a while. The Tigers cannot pick up a dub. And you would think that if they were going to get one yesterday was going to be the day. They needed that so badly.
I feel like it's one of those things that makes you feel good about your own life. You're like, at least I didn't blow a 15.5 game lead for first place in the division, because it's like a historic thing. Like, it hadn't happened since like 1969. So I'm like, at least I wasn't, sitting fat and happy somewhere and I just fell from grace. I'm already at the bottom, so I can't fall any further.
Well, yesterday I was going to say you're fat and happy after your bets, but 1 in 1 day. That's all right. We're just kind of hanging around till later on in the week.
Just kind of hanging around.
Yeah.
So luckily, the big bet of the day, Tigers Guardians first 5 under 3.5 was an easy winner. Tigers led 1-0. All the scoring came in the 6th, so thank you, baseball gods, for that. But the baseball gods not so kind to us when it came to the Reds on the money line. This was a meaningful game. They needed to win this one. The Pirates playing for nothing, but that's not always how baseball works. The Pirates win this one at 4-2. So as you mentioned, 1-1.
Yep, I was on those games as well. My saving grace was Royals Angels over 8, and that was my favorite play of the day. The more I looked at this number, the more I looked at this matchup, I just thought we're going to see a lot of runs. Fortunately, that was the case. Royals win at 8-4. As for the Dogster, took an L. He had the Cubs on the money line against the Mets, and the Mets with a nice rally against the Cubs late to win that game 9-7. So, for the week, you are 1-2. I'm 4-1. The Dogster 0-1. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday morning. And the Jackson Dart era is underway. We thought it might happen after Sunday's game against the Chiefs, where Russell Wilson threw a lot of moonballs out of the end zone. Did not look good, and yet this was 2 games after he had that incredible performance against the Cowboys, threw for more than 400 yards. So we live in a reactionary league. The Giants are now 0-3, and they're going to go with the young guy out of Ole Miss, drafted number 25 overall, was really good in the preseason. So the Giants drafted him to be the quarterback of the future, and now is his time. Here's what he had to say after he was drafted on what it meant to be a member of the G-Men.
This was the place where when I came on my visit, these were the coaches, this was the personnel department, just everybody involved in the whole community of being a Giant is what I wanted to be a part of. And it's definitely a special group. I mean, you see how many players and former players who are just walking around and going through the facilities every day. And I think that says a ton just about how special this place is. And when you kind of have that leadership and that connection of family throughout, even outside of the facilities, it definitely makes it unique.
You never know if guys are being honest when they say that, oh, this is the franchise I wanted to play for. But you sort of get that feeling that he's being serious here, and this means a lot to him, and now is his time, Chelsea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still the number one media market in the world. It's New York City, which I know it's in New Jersey, but you get what I'm saying. I think that there is a lot that went into this move other than just, hey, we want to see Jackson Dart in there. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Brian Daboll is absolutely on the hot seat. They've started the season 0-3. And, after they had that great season where they made the playoffs, he's gone 9-27 since then. So sometimes we'll see this. If there was a coach who was firm and comfortable in his spot and not feeling, the pressure to perform, maybe we wouldn't see Jackson Dart as early as week 4. But I think that went into it as well.
Yeah, I think this is just a desperation move from Brian Daboll. What else is he going to do, right? He knows that ideally they'd win a couple games early, maybe a game, a single game, and then maybe midseason you work in Jackson Dart, you bring him along slowly, but all that is blown up when you're 0-3, when you don't look like a good football team, when you could lose your job, and what's the last thing you can do? Let's put on this young kid. Maybe he can lead us to the promised land. Maybe he can generate some sort of excitement amongst the fans. Maybe he can generate some sort of offense. And most importantly, maybe he can get us a dub. I mean, fans were yelling that at the Meadowlands on Sunday night. We want Dart. We want Dart. So maybe this is the saving grace for Ryan Daboll. I doubt it because the Giants are a bad football team. But at this point, he sort of has nothing to lose.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if this would be different if they beat the Cowboys in that game. It's crazy how much the butterfly effect of is prevalent in sports. What if they had won that game? Do you think that they would be announcing this decision in week 4?
No. They're such a bad football team. They're 0-3. You knew they were probably going to lose to the Chiefs, and they had a chance against the Commanders in week 1. But if they win that game, maybe this is different. But if you're 0-3 and you're already kind of on a seat that's getting warm because of what you did last season as well, which wasn't good, then you can't start off 0-3 because at some point the fans and the clamor is just going to get way too loud, especially in New York City, especially in a market like that where they demand excellence, and I totally get that. But when all the pressure is on, if you're 1-2, it may not sound like much, but that extra win goes a long way, especially if you're the Giants.
Well, and especially against the Cowboys. That's a divisional rival. So, that would have been a big win for them. But, it didn't happen. So here we stand. I do think people are excited for Jackson Dart because we did see some exciting things in the preseason. And I know, saying the preseason, I stopped myself. I'm like, Chelsea, it's the preseason. He's not even going against, a whole group of starters. So maybe we pump the brakes on this. But I will say this. Maybe he can at least get Malik Neighbors more involved because I think that was the worst thing about last game is that you had this great weapon to your disposal and Russell Wilson just could not get him the ball. The targets were there, but I think he had 3 catches on 7 targets. So if I had one word of advice to Jackson Dart, use Malik Neighbors. He's very good.
They have to unlock him. They have to. He's the one weapon on that offense that you have to account for. And also, right now, the Giants are just such a poorly built team. And look, Saquon leaves, what happens? He goes to Philly. He starts breaking records. Danny Dimes leaves. He goes to the Colts. Guess what? He looks like a totally different quarterback. At the end of the day, a lot of the problems with the Giants are systemic. It's about how they built that team where they have their defensive line. They have their defensive line, and those guys up front, Sexy Dexy and Brian Burns and those guys are fantastic. But outside of that, they just don't have a lot. And yeah, it's Malik Neighbors is here. It's okay, well, who's going to protect the quarterback? That's been an issue, I feel like, for ages with the Giants, where they just can't protect whoever's under center, which is why Saquon couldn't run, which is why Daniel Jones struggled at times. And now it's we'll put in the newest shiny toy. Maybe he'll do well. And I think Jackson Dart will do well. I think he's going to be a great pro. But ultimately, if you put a team around anyone, especially a quarterback that is not a good team, there's only so much they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also one of those things where if another team that I trusted, the organization, changed their quarterback, I would be like, okay, I trust him. They've made some good decisions over their tenure. But this is not an organization like that. Like, I feel like when the Giants do something, you have to prove me wrong because I'm going to doubt you. And we've seen, what the trend has been. And most of the time, you ain't making the right decisions. But back to Jackson Dart and like if he can succeed in this offense, it's already an uphill climb. But then you look at the offense or the schedule, and it's not super easy for his first 3 games. You get the Chargers, who look like one of the best teams in the NFL. You get a brief break against the Saints, but then you get the Eagles and the Broncos on the road, and then the Eagles again. It's going to be a tough stretch.
It is. They welcome the Chargers this week, and the Chargers are laying 6.5 points. The total is set at 44. Would you bet this game, rookie quarterback against a Chargers defense that is a top 10 unit? I tend to look at it like, how we say the dead coach bounce when a coach gets fired. I sort of look like it's the dead quarterback bounce. When you have a new head coach and he takes over that first week and it's like, all right, this is a new start, new slate. Maybe this team rises up and they get a win for their new leader. And you see that a lot. Maybe it happens here, but against this Chargers defense, this seems like maybe a bit of a number that is too big for me to bet. I would probably stay away from it. But you never know how a rookie quarterback can come out and just be deer in the headlights or can sling it around, not a care in the world. NFL teams don't have a lot of film on him except from back at college or Ole Miss in this case, and he can perform well. There's just too many unknowns, especially when you're talking about the quarterback position, for me to bet on this game.
Yeah, but if anybody knows how to defend college quarterbacks, Jim Harbaugh. But I do think this is a great teaser leg. Like we talked about this earlier this week, how if you tease it down to 1, because the line's 7, I think the Chargers win this game. But I feel like it's kind of a mixed bag when it comes to rookies starting their first game. Because like you said, sometimes they look god-awful, and then sometimes, they're unfamiliar to the opponent, and guys just don't know how to defend them. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here because the Chargers defense has been absolutely stifling, especially when it comes to the long ball. Like if this was going to be Russell Wilson, this was the absolute worst matchup for him and his moon ball, just because the Chargers have been one of the best defenses in limiting explosive plays. So I don't know what the game plan is going to be, but it just feels like the Chargers are the better team, the better offense, the better defense, the better head coach. So again, maybe it's not Jackson Dart's fault, but I do think this is going to be a Chargers win.
Seen some buyback on the Giants here. Now the line is sitting at 6 at BetMGM, which I totally get that. But the Chargers defense, man, 8th in total defense, 9th in passing defense, 9th in rushing defense, 4th in scoring. And this is against Patrick Mahomes, Geno Smith, and Bo Nix. So pretty good quarterbacks, obviously, in that group. Man, that's going to be a hell of a challenge for Jackson Dart. I'm curious to watch him play because I really liked watching him at Ole Miss. I mean, he's got a live arm. He's not afraid to take risks and, squeeze a ball in a tight window if he has to. It's much different in the NFL, but I like his potential for sure. That's the reason why the Giants drafted him to be their quarterback of the future. When you look at Jackson Dart odds to win Rookie of the Year, plus 875, do you feel like that's something you would do in week 4? Is it too late to do that?
Nah, it feels a little late, and that number seems a little short for somebody, like I said, who is facing an absolute gauntlet of a schedule. When you play the Eagles twice, when you've got the Chargers, like your only respite is the Saints in the next few games. So I don't think the narrative is going to be super high on him, even if he survives the Chargers and looks all right during that one, just because there's other rookies who have looked good, like Emeka Egbuka. You've got Tyler Warren. So obviously this is a zero-sum game. So even if he has a quote-unquote decent season, he needs to be better than the other rookies across the board. And I don't think that in a limited sample size, that's going to be the case.
I agree. Win total for the Giants set at 4.5. I want to go on the under there. When you're talking about that schedule, how difficult it is, and now you're rolling with a rookie quarterback. We'll see from time to time. Of course, Jaden Daniels last year was great, and he's still banged up. We're going to talk about him in the next segment. C.J. Stroud had a great rookie season, but then has sort of regressed a little bit over the past couple of years. You just really never know, but more oftentimes than not, a rookie quarterback, especially against a very good defense in his first ever start, tends to falter. So I would chalk up a loss this weekend. And looking down the road, I just don't see a lot of wins for the Giants. They might get a couple in the division because the Cowboys aren't very good and the Commanders are super banged up. Kind of worried about that. But I would fade the Giants at this point, especially going with a rookie. Although maybe he'll be an upgrade. Who knows?
Yeah, they have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL, it looks like. Chargers, Saints, Eagles twice, Broncos, Niners, Bears on the road, Packers, Lions, Patriots, Commanders, Vikings, Raiders, maybe get a win there. And then they end the season with the Cowboys.
Under 4.
Is there 5 wins there?
No. Because there's nothing worse than going through a schedule and be like, they'll definitely win that game. Like, maybe. It might pull an upset or two, but when you look at those definite wins are rare in the National Football League. So, yeah, they get to 4 max. Come on, Max, on the show. Okay, we were talking about the Commanders. Off to a 2-1 start this year, but now Jaden Daniels could be out longer than expected. Plus, he's a man. He's no longer 40, and he no longer has a job. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like, Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because, I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But, I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, oh, man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. This is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks? You interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they want to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Alrighty, a Wednesday. How about that? I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, can the Falcons take flight this weekend without a wounded commander squad and their quarterback? We'll see. I don't know. Jaden Daniels, a little worried about that. We'll see how that goes. We'll get to that. But first, Chelsea, this was, well, I was going to say heartbreaking. Not heartbreaking, but you knew that the time for Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State was coming to an end. If you've followed Oklahoma State over the past couple of years, it has been a tough road for the Cowboys. They've lost 11 of their last 12 games, and then they lost to Tulsa last week, 19-12. You can't lose to Tulsa in-state. So now Mike Gundy has been fired as head coach of the Cowboys. We sort of knew this was coming. University President Jim Hess says this: his contributions to our university, both as a player and coach, deserve our profound respect and will not be forgotten. So here's to Mike Gundy, an incredible career at Oklahoma State, 21 seasons in Stillwater, and also he left us one of the greatest quotes of all time back in 2007 when his players were criticized in a local newspaper.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches.
One of the greats, Chelsea. Love Mike Gundy. And we faced him a lot in the Big 12 when Texas was in that conference. And, man, he never ceased to entertain, and also a hell of a football coach.
Yeah, the embodiment of Oklahoma State is somebody who played quarterback there.
Mm-hmm.
He has the awesome mullet. And it feels like one of the last of a dying breed in college football, because I feel like there was an era where the college football head coaches were more of a name than the players. And now it feels like it's not so much the case now that the players get to be paid. And plus, we're seeing like the exodus of like all these big name head coaches, like with Nick Saban going, Jimbo Fisher. I'm trying to think of some other ones. But when you think of like the big name head coaches, like you think of Mike Gundy right up there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the top 10 winningest active football coaches in college football before he got fired, he was number 4 on the list.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where it will be weird to think of Oklahoma State without Mike Gundy. Because, like, he's the first person you think of, right? Like, I think of Mike Gundy, his mullet, and maybe like Brandon Whedon or somebody. But like he embodied the program.
Oh, man. I mean, people forget Mike Gundy has been a part of this program for so long and so ingrained in Oklahoma State football history. He was the quarterback back in the 80s. I remember watching Mike Gundy. And who were his running backs? Thurman Thomas, Barry Sanders. Those teams were no joke. Like, they were really good. They won a couple bowl games, had a couple 10-win seasons. Gundy could sling it. Obviously, that backfield, a Hall of Fame backfield, just one incredible athlete after another. Sometimes I watch those highlights. I was like, oh, yeah, they were really good. And the thing is that he took Oklahoma State, especially when he took over as head coach, he took over a program that had done nothing. Like, it's so difficult in that state. You're always living in the shadow of Oklahoma. You may not like hearing that, but when you think about Oklahoma football, you think of Oklahoma football. You don't think Oklahoma State. So always having to compete against a juggernaut like that is so difficult to do. And yet he had 8 10-win seasons, won a Big 12 title in 2011. I don't want to say that the game has passed him by. I don't think that's the case. I think what happened is that he's sort of at a disadvantage anyway, and then the NIL era has just made it so difficult for some of these schools that don't have the money to compete. They just can't.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough for some of these programs to have like long tenured head coaches, just because it feels like you said, it's so hard for the uphill climb of these programs that just don't have the money. And now that I'm thinking, maybe I should have said Barry Sanders before Brandon Whedon. Am I going to get canceled like Monica McNutt? Like, that's not that bad, right?
Nah.
I know Barry Sanders from his time in the NFL, but I was not alive in the 80s, so I plead the case there that I was not alive.
I was very much alive watching all of that. Well, I mean, people forget, too. When you see Barry Sanders highlights, it's always with the Lions. People forget when he was at Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Like, he was just this wonderkind. And so was Thurman Thomas. I mean, my God, Thurman was amazing. But, yeah, incredible time for Oklahoma State back then, and he continued to lead them as a head coach. And I think he finds another spot elsewhere if he wants to coach, because even a couple weeks ago, he was asked about his job and said, no, I've got 3 years left on my contract. I'm not going anywhere. And Oklahoma State owes him $15 million. Well, okay, so let's move to the NFL now, and some news regarding our Commanders. I say our Commanders because D-Day's here. I'm here. We are Commanders fans. We love the Commanders. We cover the Commanders. But are they in trouble? Because Jaden Daniels sat out last week against the Raiders, and according to the Sports Junkies, who are right here in this very building, just up the stairs, he's been wearing a knee brace, and this is more than a 1 or 2 week injury. You know, throughout the week last week, Dan Quinn was saying, well, we're going to take it slow. He's passing all the tests. He's checking all the boxes. But long term, we're going to keep him safe, which I think is the right call. But now it looks like this could potentially be an injury that keeps him out longer. ESPN's John Keim is reporting that Terry McLaurin could stay out this week against Atlanta. He has a quad injury. Scary Terry is reportedly going to get a second opinion on that. So when you look at the Commanders, a starting quarterback, I don't want to say be out for an extended period of time, but more than originally thought. Their number one receiver who's banged up. They've already suffered a couple of season-ending injuries to Dietrich Wise, to Austin Eckler. Are things kind of trending in the wrong direction for Washington going to Atlanta this weekend and just a 1.5 favorite? It kind of feels like this is way too early to have this many injury concerns.
It doesn't sound great, but I will say the silver lining is this. At least you've started the season 2-1, and you had a backup quarterback come in Raiders in Marcus Mariota, and he looked just fine, serviceable, even had some great passes at times where I was like, what number is that? Are we sure that's not Jaden Daniels? So I will say this, at least they have a veteran backup in the mix that can maybe hold down the fort, and the Falcons are coming off a game where they did not look good. But then you look at the schedule, and then maybe it gets a little bit tougher because they do have the Chargers. Maybe it's a Bears team who has figured out their offense. Then it's the Cowboys, and then it's the Chiefs. So it just depends on how long Jaden Daniels is out. I don't think this is a death knell for the team because we're seeing across the league there are a ton of teams that are already dealing with major injuries.
Yeah.
So obviously Jaden Daniels is extremely important to this offense, but as long as he comes back in a couple weeks, I think they'll be just fine.
I think they're going to be okay. I will say the one thing that helps the Commanders here is that the locker room culture is very strong. Like, look at how they won games, or they won this past game against the Raiders, right? Where they were having some issues on the offensive line. So they put in a guy like Chris Paul ahead of Brandon Coleman. I know I'm kind of getting into the weeds here, but Brandon Coleman was penciled in to be their starter this season, and he wasn't getting it done, so they put in Chris Paul. He was throwing dudes around. This guy's a massive individual. And then they were having some issues on the right side next to Josh Connerly Jr., so they put in Andrew Wiley, and that worked out. So they made some replacements on the offensive line that weren't really injury-related, just to sort of improve their looks up front, to improve their push up front. And it worked because now they had a running back by committee. Jeremy McNichols is going off. And Bill, everybody loves Bill here. They're sort of limiting his carries, but he has explosiveness. Chris Rodriguez looked good. Like, they're finding a way, either by substitution or by committee, to sort of mitigate these losses. But I just wonder how sustainable that is. And Marcus Mariota has looked great, but do you want him as your starter, for the majority of the season, potentially, if it gets that bad? I don't know. He loves the Cliff Kingsbury system. I mean, I think that really speaks to why Marcus is performing so well as the Commanders quarterback. Maybe I'm talking myself into this. They've done a nice job dealing with their injuries thus far, but over time, over the course of the season, I don't know if they can continue to do this. So I'm a little worried. How do you feel?
I mean, Jaden wearing a knee brace is not that surprising. It was not that the junkies said it was like this damning piece of information, but people heard it and started to run with it. I would imagine that if you sprain a knee, you wear a knee brace.
Right.
Like, that seems like a very logical next step into making sure that the knee heals as quickly as it does. The Terry thing is a little bit more concerning because, I mean, who would have thought that a guy that maybe wasn't around for most of the summer would then have a soft tissue injury in the first couple weeks of the season? I mean, that sure didn't come out of left field. So that one's a little bit more concerning. They're just getting bit up a lot by the injury bug. There's a bunch of other guys that are on IR. I like Marcus Mariota. I didn't ever really want to see him play again in D.C. just because I like the other guy a lot better, but he did a good job last week, so I'm not too worried about it. But I do think that the Falcons are very much a live dog in that one.
Oh.
There's going to be a big bounce back there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right, because can I ask how much of the Commanders looking good was them playing the Raiders? Because, I have seen the low end of Marcus Mariota, and it ain't good. So I would say, okay, it's one thing to do it against the Raiders, but are you going to do it against, God, I don't even want to, strike fear in anybody's heart by saying the Falcons, because it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
But next up, you have the Chargers, maybe the Bears. I will say, this next, stretch is not the toughest, outside of the Chargers. They have 2 of those 3 games that feel winnable even with Marcus Mariota. So, maybe that goes into it as well. But let's pause for a second, because you said majority of the season he could be out?
No, I'm
Jay
saying
Daniels?
worst case scenario, I don't think that's going to be the case. We haven't gotten that inkling, but I'm saying worst case scenario, if this is more serious than thought, do you want to go the majority of the season with Marcus Mariota? No, you don't. Nothing against Marcus, great guy, big member of the team, done a great job, but you don't want to roll for half a season with him. I don't think that's going to be the case, but then that would certainly shorten the Commanders' chances of making the playoffs. So that's all I was saying there. I tend to catastrophize, if it gets really bad, can we do this? I don't think that's going to be the case. And I think Denton makes a good point, which is Terry is probably the bigger issue because they just have so little depth at receiver anyway. So if I'm betting this game, I'd bet the Falcons this weekend, frankly.
I think as long as the Commanders can make the playoffs, if they're healthy by then, that's the team you don't want to face in the postseason, right? And they did this last year. They didn't win the division. So they have proven they can go on the road and pick up some wins. So I think it's one of those things that as long as they can keep their heads above water while he is out, I think they will be fine. And also, maybe it's out of the Ben Roethlisberger playbook. Remember when every week he had on a walking boot? And people were like, is he faking? Is he doing this just for attention or something? Because then, Sunday would roll around. He's just fine.
Go ahead.
I mean, if it was as serious as people are fearing it was, he wouldn't have been on the field on Sunday.
Yeah.
He was there walking around pregame and he was fine. In fact, the brace was on and nobody realized that the brace was on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that just kind of speaks to kind of the nature of the injury. And then, we kind of know what the blueprint is on how to beat Michael Penix. Just score a touchdown. He doesn't win after that. You score a touchdown on him, he can't come back.
Also, Falcons are bad getting in the red zone. They just can't punch it in. Now, they do have some young pups up front. Defensively, they can cause some problems for the Commanders. But I do think it's fascinating. He's going to start Michael Penix is. They've already said that. However, who's his backup? Kirk Cousins. And Kirk Cousins got a little run against the Panthers. And, of course, Kirk Cousins played here in D.C. forever before he went to Minnesota, then went to Atlanta. Like, if Penix struggles against the Commanders, don't you know that Kirk Cousins could come in, little revenge spot against Washington? That would be something. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility if Michael Penix goes out and struggles for a quarter or two and they need a jolt. All of a sudden, here comes Kirk running onto the field against his former team. I'm telling you, this is just pure speculation, but it's not the craziest thought.
You like that? You like that?
Oh, my God.
Wasn't that where that quote was born?
Yes.
But, like, is it really a revenge game when how much did the Commanders or Washington pay him? He made a lot of money.
Oh, my
He
God.
shouldn't be that mad.
No. No one has secured the bag more than Kirk Cousins. Like, it's amazing. He's just sitting down there as a backup in Atlanta just counting his cash. I got to look up how much he's made. I would say it's got to be close to $300 million, and I'm not exaggerating. I bet it's higher. Didn't say higher. Higher than 300. That's remarkable. I thought I was overshooting it. We got to look this up. How much?
$331 million.
Oh, my God. Kirk Cousins has made $331 million.
I feel like Brent Musburger when I'm like, little boys everywhere started throwing a football in the backyard. Because that's what it feels like. It's like, wow. Even though Kirk Cousins has had some good years, statistically speaking.
He's been a very good NFL quarterback. He has. Most teams would be thrilled to have him, and you know what? That's why he's gotten paid. Coming up next on the show, middle of the week, so you know what that means. Time to find out what we've been watching outside of Kirk counting his dollars. Streaming Corner, next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM network. Always thrilled to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. On the way, we'll tell you which shows deserve your attention and which ones don't in my streaming corner. Yesterday, we did it, Chelsea. I told you I was going to Target, very likely. I haven't been to Target in probably 2 years. But the lovely Catherine and I spent a whole afternoon together and made a day of it, and it was great. And the one thing I remembered, because I never do errands during the day generally. I'm always working on the show or milling about the house or whatever. I always forgot how nice it is if you're going to do something like go shopping or go somewhere, if you're doing it in the middle of the day, like on a Tuesday afternoon, of how empty it is compared to the weekends. And we kind of had the place to ourselves. I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. I mean, we were just being goofballs walking around and looking at different things. And then we walked up to check out, right up there, self-checkout, boop, 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 in and out. And so I was telling the lovely Catherine, I said, man, when I worked weekends, this was the one thing that I loved, which was run some errands, but you'll get it done so quickly because it was empty.
I saw this. I saw this on your stories that you guys were looking at the Halloween decorations.
We were.
And I almost reacted, but I was like, no, Chelsea, you always react to stories. Like, let's pump the brakes. So you're looking
That's
like
fine.
Stage 5 clinger.
No,
but
not
you
at
guys
all.
were looking at the Halloween decorations. Did you get anything? What did you
No, we got a couple
Target.
little knickknacks, but we were more of just because, of course, they have all of these different things, and you walk into one section, and there's a ghost hanging from the ceiling, and some voice comes on and starts speaking to you. And so we were laughing about that and having a good time with that. But we were trying to inspire ourselves to come up with Halloween costume ideas. That's the one thing we're really big on, is dressing up. So we got a couple little things, we could put around the house and make it more fall Halloween-ish. And then we're like, what about this? So we're just trying to fire something off in the brain to make us come up with an idea. And we usually get pretty creative, but we haven't come up with an idea just yet. So we were hoping for some inspiration.
What's your go-to when you need to be creative? Like, do you go on a walk? Do you stand in the shower for a while? Because like you've heard this from creative people is that usually your best ideas come when your brain is doing nothing. Like for me, it's when I'm swimming laps. Because think about it, you can't even listen to music while you're swimming laps, and it's just me just chugging along for an hour. So like your brain just has plenty of, room to think, to like bounce around ideas. Like what's your go-to?
Usually I sort of disengage, like, put your phone away, put your TV away. You're rolled out the TV.
Put your TV away.
Roll the TV
Roll it
back.
away.
Roll it away. Roll it away. But you don't want to have any sort of stimulus in front of you, right? Like you nailed it, which is when your brain is just sort of free to sort of be, then you have ideas pop in your mind. So I'll probably take a walk or something. I might listen to music a little bit, but mainly it's just I'll take a walk. I'll go grab a coffee or something and I get kind of a caffeine boost, and I'll just sit and walk and kind of take things in and think and then kind of process. And then when I do that, I'm like, oh, okay, I can think about this. That way, as I'm thinking through something, I don't have any sort of distraction there or something else to take away my attention, because my attention span can kind of bounce all over the place.
I feel like you're at the age where you could pull this off, where you're at the age where instead of like walking with a coffee, you need to be standing in front of a window with a glass of whiskey. Like and looking out.
I could
like
do that.
I don't know if you watch 30 Rock, but like I imagine like Alec Baldwin's character where he's in a suit, he's looking dapper and he's just staring broodingly out the window with a glass of whiskey. That's what you should do.
I should do that. I was almost doing that yesterday. We had some drinks late yesterday. That was a good day. And then I was in bed by like 8, I think. That's always tough. Because I'll tell you one thing. We were finishing things up at a bar around the corner. I was like, let's have another. And Catherine was like, oh, baby, we gotta go home. I was like, yeah, I know. Otherwise, it would have been like 10. So did the right thing. Double D is saying Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift dress up like those two.
It's going to be everybody.
I know, that's the thing. It's going to be everywhere. So the key is to dress up something or someone that is people get. It's not too obscure, but it's obscure enough where when people see it, they're like, oh my God, this is such a great idea. Because I feel like Kelce and Swift will be everywhere.
Well, parallel would be Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. You guys could practice some gymnastics.
Oh, God. I couldn't do that on print. I feel like that'll be everywhere, too. Like, those are a couple that I feel like a lot of people will lean into. So we're going to come up with something. I don't know what it is, but we're going to figure that out. Double D also says a pumpkin spice candle. Or maybe he was saying that's what we got at Target. I don't know.
Not to dress up like one.
Dress up like a pumpkin spice candle.
If you got one at Target.
We did get some candles, not a pumpkin spice, but we actually did get a couple candles. So that's a good call, Double D. You're not wrong there. Okay, it's a Wednesday. We like sports, but we like to stream stuff as well. So let's go around the room and find out what everyone's been checking out.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
I can't believe we watched this movie. A movie. We just started Black Rabbit with Jude Law and Jason Bateman. We watched one episode of that, so we're definitely in on that. But we watched a horror movie over the weekend, Smile, from 2022. And so Catherine wanted to watch a horror movie. I'm like, okay, let's do it. So we did it. And I think the most interesting thing about this is that it stars Sosie Bacon. I did not know who Sosie Bacon is. She is the daughter of Kira Sedgwick and Kevin Bacon. So she is the one. Yeah, she's the star. Actually does a really good job. And so once you know her parents, you're like, oh, okay, I definitely see it now. Very pretty girl, very good actress, by the way. And so she stars as Dr. Rose Cotter, a psychiatrist who starts experiencing frightening occurrences that she can't explain. I thought this was actually pretty good. At the end, though, kind of got a little hokey for me. I'm like, all right, I feel like we've jumped the shark here. But if you want a fun watch, it's a fun watch. And now I realize there's apparently a Smile 2, which has already been released, and Smile 3 is on the way. It's not, I don't like campy, like I like actual horror. Like, give me something that is, all right, genuinely kind of spooky. And it was, again, at the end, I was like, I don't know, but not a bad watch. I don't know if I'm going to jump on Smile 2 or Smile 3, but not too bad.
It just made me think of that Arkansas football coach that kept saying, "Smile, smile." Do you remember that? I just looked it up. It's John L. Smith. The legendary John L. Smith at Arkansas. His tenure was not very long, but also creepy as well.
Just as creepy, actually. Maybe creepier. But I don't know. That's what we've been checking out. I'll let you know about Black Rabbit. I'll probably talk about that next week, but it looks, at least after one episode, like something that's going to be really good. What about you?
Yeah, I feel like that's one that you watch simply because of the casting. Like, if Jason Bateman's in something, I feel like it's usually pretty good. Jude Law, I don't know, like, usually not my taste, but he's a good actor. Like, he's a good actor. I just usually don't really love his movies. Okay, so I finally watched the cult classic Practical Magic, starring Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock. And, like, it's cheesy. Like, you can tell it was made in the 90s. But, like, overall a good movie that gets you in the fall mood, which was the goal of my viewing. But what drives me nuts about movies in the 90s is that, like, they'll have, like, two women. And one is the quote-unquote pretty one. And the other one is like, we had to, like, force boys to like her. And you're looking at Sandra Bullock, who in this movie is, like, 30 and amazing and gorgeous. And they're like, yeah, she can never get any boys. You're like, on what planet? Do these people not have eyes? Like, do you remember this was a thing in the 90s where, like, if a girl wore glasses or if she had, like, dark hair and if she had any interest other than cheerleading, she was not labeled attractive. Like, what are we doing? Do you remember this? This was a thing.
Yeah. It was a real thing. Wasn't this a thing in, like, music videos as well? Or movies where, you know, she's a little bookish, she has her glasses on, and then, like, she takes off her glasses and fixes her hair. It's like, wow, she's been beautiful the whole time. And, like, nobody ever noticed. I'm like, okay. It's like suspension of disbelief. Okay, I don't see it, but man, she took those glasses off. It's like a different person.
Right. That was literally the plot of She's All That, where she's been attractive, like, the whole time. But it's crazy how movies in that genre, like, everybody is so typecast. And I feel like we don't do this anymore, where in high school, you had a clique and you had a group where you had a very strong label. I don't feel like they do this in high school movies as much. Like, they did it in Mean Girls a little bit, but high school's not like that. And I'm glad that we've graduated past the concept of, like, you can't like school and be popular or be attractive or, like, I don't know, have a personality. You can be more than one thing.
Yes, you absolutely can. I was going to say I'd love to go back to high school. I would not love to go back to high school. But I would be interested to see how, like, as an observer, like, how that time has changed or how, I mean, I'm sure it's different than when I was in school. So I think the social dynamic would be interesting.
Yeah. Back to movies and watching things. Is there a movie that gets you in the fall spirit? Like, is there a movie you watch every year around Halloween? I know we're still a month out, but Mama's trying to get in the spirit.
I don't know. A movie that gets me in the spirit for the fall. I don't know. Denton?
The entire Harry Potter series.
Oh, okay.
Like, I can't watch Harry Potter in April. Kind of weird, right? Like, it doesn't fit the vibe of what I'm looking for in April. But when it's cold, it's chilly, give me some Harry Potter in the months of, like, October, November, December.
Okay, that's a good one. Double D said Hocus Pocus.
Agree.
How do you feel about Hocus Pocus?
Strongly agree with that too.
I saw Hocus Pocus last year for the first time. I'd never seen it before.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It was cute. Yeah, I liked it. It was good.
I think it's one of those Halloween movies for people like me who don't want to be scared. Like, I want to get in the Halloween spirit, but, like, I don't want to watch a Halloween movie. I do know there is a Hocus Pocus 2 on Disney+. I will be watching that soon. I will report back because I know you're super interested. And also, we will be seeing the Gabby's Dollhouse movie in theaters this weekend with my 5-year-old daughter. Kristen Wiig's in it. So I am excited about that.
I love Kristen Wiig. I saw Gabby's Dollhouse. I saw the preview for that movie, and I was like, oh, Chelsea's definitely going to have to go watch that. So I'm glad to hear that you're actually going to do it. That's great. Time to get in the Halloween spirit. You're going to watch Hocus Pocus. I'll probably watch the Charlie Manson Chronicles. You know, different strokes. We'll get there. Coming up on the show, that is a strike. Robot umpires are coming to Major League Baseball. That and a big injury in college football next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hour 2 headed your way.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem. Because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn. Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
And wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 with the Daily Tip starts. And now, BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins. And we know that the NFL is king. But this week, some of the biggest headlines are in other sports. Massive news for the future of Major League Baseball. The Heisman race in college football just got blown wide open. And the Detroit Tigers did something historic. And not in a good way. We will cover all those stories and more over the next couple of segments here on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenks, I want to get right into this because I think this is such massive news for Major League Baseball. MLB has announced that robot umpires will be coming in 2026. This means the robot umps will call balls and strikes in 2026. And so we will still have human umpires who will be calling every pitch, but each team can appeal 2 calls per game to ABS. So we know that this is one of the biggest arguments in baseball. When a guy doesn't like a call, it's a little too far over the plate. And then people look at the pitch tracker and they're like, what are they doing? Like, does this guy have eyes? And Angel Hernandez, we're looking at you. We've seen some bad umpires. But I do think this is a good idea. And if we're going to have all this technology in the year 2026, we should be using it. Like, I don't understand the fight against technology in some of these instances because we can see major, major changes to the outcome of a game because of balls and strikes. We see this all the time. And as somebody who is married to a former pitcher, you see this all the time. It should have been ball 4. It should have been strike 3. And then instead of strike 3, the guy takes the next pitch and sends it over the fence for a grand slam. That is a huge swing of events. Instead of being out 3, the game is flipped on its ear. So I think this is a great thing.
Oh, I think it's an awesome thing. This is long overdue. And I think it's sort of been implemented in the right way where it's not endless challenges. I mean, you'd have to draw some sort of line there. And I think 2 feels about right. And also they can adjust it based on, how games go, how it affects game flow and things like that. But ultimately, when I think about this, I just think about how umpiring over the years, at least with a handful of guys, and Angel Hernandez is definitely the poster child for bad umpiring, where it's not just bad umpiring, it's the refusal to acknowledge that, hey, maybe I made a mistake. And you see umpires let their egos get involved, and then they start electing or letting their egos affect the game and how they call it because they want it about them. They don't mind the attention. They like the attention. It's pretty obvious. That's something that will be eradicated somewhat because of this. So I'm excited about that.
Well, and plus, even if you're a great umpire, you're still human. And I think it's fine because I remember this very vividly. I was sitting in the stands watching my husband pitch, and there was a call that was just atrocious. I said, what are we doing up? And the girl in front of me turns around. She says, that's my husband, and he has a 98% accurate rate. And I said, well, that was the 2%. That call was terrible. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can be a great umpire. And I know some guys really take pride in this.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, at the end of the day, you're still human. And you should be able to challenge it. So I think in those rare instances, which maybe it's not so rare if you watch baseball on the reg, but I do think it is a good thing. They did talk about this on Loud Outs on Sirius XM's MLB Network Radio. Here's Ryan Spielborg's on the challenge system being implemented next season.
Now that we have the opportunity to have this challenge system, human error is still in play because it's the player that's challenging. The players, so there's still a human error element. It's not a full robo system, which I love it because now the player can challenge the umpire. So if you think his human error is wrong, well, now we get to see it from the player's standpoint. I think it's going to be a hit. I think players want it now. I think fans would want it now. I think umpires would want it right now. Like, umpires want to get it right. The last thing they want to do is miss a pitch that leads to a loss, that leads to a team missing a postseason. The cost of winning is really important. So something as simple as making sure you're getting balls and strikes correctly called is huge. And so, like, I think the next part is going to be the strategy of it. I'm saying a pitcher should never, ever challenge. It should always be the catcher. And if there's only 2 challenges and you get to keep it, the second you get one wrong, you probably shouldn't use it until you get to another high leverage spot.
Yeah, I think this is an important point that maybe we need to rewind for a second. Okay, so the pitcher, catcher, and hitter are the only people who can challenge a strike call. Not the managers, not anybody on first base. Oh, those are the only people. And when you only get 2, this has an interesting element of, like you said, strategy. Where, like, think about the personalities of some of the people who are going to be in this mix. Like, think of veteran pitchers. You think you're going to tell Max Scherzer, be like, hey, Max Scherzer, we're only
Right.
going to let the catcher challenge these calls. How do you think he's going to take that? So it's going to be interesting how certain players' personalities can affect this. And hitters go for this as well. If you're a veteran hitter and you're like, that was terrible, and my batting average is on the line. You're like, dude, it's not even a big play.
Right.
But he still uses it. There's nothing you can do as a manager.
It's going to be tough. They're going to have to do. I mean, this is going to be where personalities matter and communication matters. Like, do we really want to call it here? I mean, you have to sort of take, and this is where players in some aspects are going to kind of have to take on a managerial role. What I mean by that is think strategically, which is not just, hey, you got to be kidding me. That was an absolute strike, but okay, it's the bottom of the first, 1 out, nobody on, it's 0-0. Like, is now the time you really want to challenge this call? Probably not. Like they were saying in that clip, wait for a high leverage situation or a situation where you got some guys on base or you're trying to rally, whatever it may be, and you can't have someone just arbitrarily decide, I don't like that call, I'm going to challenge it. You have to be very, very careful about how you institute that or how you make that call.
And think about this, like the flip side of like a veteran calling a pitch for himself. Think about if you're a rookie, you're batting last in the order, and you're like, wow, this is a really big play, and I know this, but am I going to get in trouble if I use one of our challenges here? It makes me almost think that like we should have like an Astros type situation where like somebody beats on a trash can, like the manager like does something, he like wiggles his hat, like if they should use it or something. I don't know.
But
it's gonna be
will
crazy
they do that?
to see.
Seriously,
I don't
like,
think
can
so.
Can they? I mean, I don't know, but can they look to the dugout and maybe get a nod or something? Is that illegal? Like, I would think that you'd be able to
like
look.
The Price is Right.
Yeah, you'd be able to look towards the dugout, and the manager's like, yeah, or maybe give a sign like this isn't the right time. Like if I were a young kid and I didn't have that go ahead or that green light, I'd be like, I'd look over to my skipper and be like, tell me what you think here. I mean, I don't want to, and also I don't want that responsibility. Frankly, like if I think it's a bad call, it's like, okay, it's a bad call. I would do this, but also I don't want to take away a potential challenge in the 8th inning when it's inning 2 and this doesn't matter that much. Like I want this responsibility to be on you. So how will managers be able to communicate with a pitcher or catcher or batter? I don't know.
I think if I'm a manager, I have some type of plan in place where there is some type of signal And because they haven't come out against it yet, saying like you can't signal to batters. So like you do this until somebody punishes you, right? Better
That's
to be
what I would do.
prepared.
Yeah. Like just let them know, hey, I'll give you a sign. I'll touch my cap. I'll give you a nod, whatever it is, shake you off, whatever it is, give you the yellow throat, like, nope, don't do it, whatever it is. But until they outlaw that, and also that would be difficult to police as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you glance over, you look over to the left, and like in your peripheral vision, you see your manager cross his arms, like, oh, that's the don't challenge it. Like how are you going to say, well, what he was doing there was like, how do you know? You don't know. It's just like, I was just crossing my arms here. It means nothing. So I wonder, that's going to be interesting to watch too, and which maybe some players, based on if they're, they're veterans or they're all-stars or they've been in the league for a long time, whatever it is, maybe they have more leeway. Maybe they're given permission that a younger guy is not.
Yeah, absolutely. Like think about like if you're like Cal Raleigh and like it's next year or whatever, and it's like the batting title's on the line or something, the home run title's on the line. You're like, I'm using this. I'm sorry. I'm competing for history. I'm using one of these, 50% of these. I got us to this place. Let me have this. So it will be interesting to watch. All right, so we need to get to this other big news because in college football, this sent shockwaves among the betting community, among anybody who watches college football. John Mateer, quarterback of Oklahoma, is now going to have surgery on his hand. He was the Heisman frontrunner. He's going to be out indefinitely. I've seen reports that it's going to be at least a month. And so this is an absolute dagger for an Oklahoma team that's coming off a huge win over Auburn. And like looking back, you're like, okay, so did he have a broken hand during that game-winning drive? I feel like that should count in the points for him to actually win the Heisman. But Jenks, now that he's going to be out for a few games, it does feel like a death knell for his Heisman campaign.
It does.
And also, this is real tough for Oklahoma, who's coming up on some big, big games, including against your Texas Longhorns. So I know you would never delight in somebody's injury, but it does feel like a massive break for Texas.
It does, and also I'll believe it when I see it. And look, I hope John Mateer returns sooner than later. And we have discussed through the course of the season that one of the risks that you run in putting your money on a Heisman Trophy quarterback who does everything is that there's a risk of injury. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. I will also tell you that when it comes to Oklahoma, I have lost track of how many times over the years there's been a player who has been injured. And it's, like, the injury's real. I'm not doubting that. But I'm saying that there's an injury. This player is probably going to miss the Texas game. And I'll tell you one thing. They're always thinking about Texas and Oklahoma. And as soon as the Red River rivalry takes place, guess what? That player returns a week early. It's almost like the old bait and switch thing. Like, he's not going to be here. He's not going to be here. You want to prepare for him. Oh, look at this. Healing a lot quicker than we expected. So if I'm Texas, if he doesn't play, massive break for the Longhorns. Also, DJ Lagway, and Texas plays Florida in a week and a half in the Swamp. He's banged up right now, not playing good football anyway. So the Longhorns could get a couple of big breaks here. However, it would not surprise me at all if Texas and Oklahoma meet in Dallas and John Mateer is suddenly out there ready to play. So I hope he heals, but I'm not going to kick back and act like that he's going to come back for, Ole Miss or Tennessee when that game means everything to the Sooners. So speedy recovery, but I'll believe when I see it.
Well, and also it's a massive game for Oklahoma because like this year, it looks like a year where they could be in the college football playoff, notably because of John Mateer. So we'll see how long his injury lasts. But when it comes to the Heisman race, this blew it wide open. And it does feel like it's already been an odd year where Arch Manning in Texas was one of the favorites entering the season. That has not gone so well so far. I know that he beat up on Sam Houston State. But still, he's fallen back in the standing. So now it's Fernando Mendoza at Indiana, who I believe is the favorite now. Wow. We know he put the absolute beat down on Illinois. I think there are still some very good options. I think Carson Beck at Miami, if he continues to put up good numbers and Miami is on a better trajectory, I think, in my opinion. Because, Jenks, let me ask you, do you think that Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman if Indiana does not make the college football playoff?
Ooh, I don't. Yeah, maybe. As long as they have a good season. And here's the thing, though. I think that barring the wheels falling off, I feel like they will make the college football playoff. So if he's too good and that Indiana squad is too well coached not to make the playoff with their current schedule, with the way that they're playing, unless they suffer a big injury or they lose some games they shouldn't have lost. And if that happens, then I don't think he wins the Heisman. So I would say, yeah, if they don't make the playoffs, no, he probably doesn't win it. But I think they're going to make the playoff, and I think they're good enough to do it. I'm just trying to foresee a scenario where they drop a couple they shouldn't drop, and yet he's still putting up monster numbers. I don't know the totality of that Indiana roster, but I would think if Indiana is going to have the season that we think they're going to have, Mendoza will have to perform. So if they don't make the playoff, it means he probably fell off a little bit. So, yeah, I think that's right.
I worry that maybe this is like the sell high point for Fernando Mendoza, because so far, they played one ranked opponent.
Yeah.
One ranked opponent. I know they've scored 63 on Illinois, but still, the schedule gets a lot tougher. They go on the road to Iowa this week. They go on the road to Oregon. So if he is still putting up those eye-popping stats, we'll see. But, padding your stats the first of the season, we'll wait and see when it comes to him. All right, coming up next, we get to massive news in baseball. The Tigers doing historic things, and not in a good way. Next.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea and Jenks whine about what really has them bent out of shape in Whine About It Wednesday, here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because, I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But, I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, oh, man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. This is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe
On the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday, and it's time to talk some baseball, to have the blinders on and not think about anything else. But there is some absolutely wilds going on in Major League Baseball right now. So the Tigers, you blew it. The Detroit Tigers last night lost to the Guardians again, and now the Guardians have climbed all the way back in the standings to be tied for the lead in the AL Central. The Tigers had a 15.5 game lead. That is the largest blown lead since 1969. Tigers,
Nice.
what are you doing? It's crazy to me, where we say this all the time, like in sports. We're like, oh, they really need to win this game, so they're probably going to win it. It's not the case. The Tigers last night had their ace on the mound, and Tariq Skubal still did not get the job done. So we see this in baseball a lot. A team just gets some momentum, and they can't be stopped. That is the case for the Guardians. So it's not just the Tigers blowing it. It's the fact that the Guardians have also been the hottest team in Major League Baseball. And now they have the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Tigers in that division. So it's just one of those things where you're staring at the screen. You're like, I cannot believe the free-for-all that we have seen from the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
You blew it!
There's still a chance. Still a chance. But, man, I think that the best point you made there was, yes, the Tigers are blowing, but also the Guardians have to be playing well enough to take advantage of that. And that's kind of gotten lost in the wash, which is, at the same time, every single time Detroit has lost, the Guardians have found a way to pick up a dub. And now, since they're taking on the Tigers head-to-head, I mean, my God, it's just, I don't know how you can play the Tigers right now. I almost just want to take the Guardians on principle. This is a monumental collapse. Like, this is normally reserved for the Mets, and the Tigers are just, I'm speechless. Everything that has gone wrong, and you would think that yesterday sort of felt like the turning point. Okay, you've got the best pitcher on the mound, or the best pitcher in baseball going for you. There has to be a way that here, in this spot, you get it done. And Tariq Skubal kind of fell apart. And he did fall apart in the sixth inning. Just kind of all over the place. And I know he hit a guy, and so, that made it difficult for him to recover. But nothing has gone right for Detroit. And this is going to be one of those collapses that not only goes down in the history books, but can really haunt a franchise.
I think this is where the mental aspect of sports kind of comes into play. Because like Scooball had pitched against the Guardians last week, and he pitched really well. 6 innings of 1-run ball, and they didn't win that game either. So now you have this team that's in an absolute free fall. And you look at the postseason picture. If the season ended today, guess who would be playing in the first round? The Tigers and the Guardians. How do you think the Tigers feel about that matchup? You have to go against the hottest team in baseball that just had their way with your ace of a pitcher. So, like, I understand there's still some games left in the season. Like, the season ends this Sunday, I believe. So, like, we have, like, 4 or 5 games left. But it's just one of those things where, like, matchups matter, too. Where you look at the postseason picture and some people have better draws than others. And if you look at the season, if it ended today, and granted, some things are still in flux, as some of these races are absolutely coming down to the wire. Like the wild card race in the American League or the first round matchup, Red Sox, Yankees. What a matchup. And then in the National League, the first round, you've got the Mets and the Dodgers playing each other. And then waiting in the wings is the Phillies. Like, imagine you're sitting around getting rusty, and it's like, oh, congratulations on getting the 2 seed. You get to play the Dodgers. So matchup matters.
Oh, in a big way. And I would love to see, well, I'm looking at some of these matchups right now, these potential matchups based on, if the playoffs started today. But we're going to see some good ones. Like, I'm looking at the Brewers right now, the 1 seed, which I think is really fun. Like, to have Milwaukee, like, kind of leading the way in the National League. And I keep going back to Detroit, Cleveland maybe meeting in the opening round. And what's crazy, too, is when we were talking about yesterday's game, like, if you look at Tariq Skubal, like, it wasn't just that 1 run that he allowed in his previous outing. He had already faced the Guardians 3 times and had pitched 22 innings and allowed that 1 run. Like, historically, throughout the entire season, he had dominated these guys. And yet, during this streak, whether it's that mental block or things just not going right, that doesn't even work out for you. So this is really an exciting time of year in baseball. I know we focus a lot on football, but how these races sort of end up and then going right into the postseason is about to get really fun.
And the craziest part of all this, and I saw nobody talking about this yesterday, is that the Tigers now sit with the 3rd American League wildcard spot. So if they don't win the division, they still should make the wildcard race, but they only have a 1-game lead over the Astros. So, Jenks, there is a real chance that the Tigers go from being the best record in the American League to not even making the postseason.
Yeah, that's the thing. Best record in the American League, 15.5-point division lead, and then all of a sudden you're sitting at home during the playoffs. This is a monumental collapse. They still have time, but don't they have to win today? I mean, they don't have to. Yeah. They are running out of time. It is Wednesday. The season ends this weekend. They got to do it. And I don't know if they're going to. If they continue down this road, and now I can see them just. And Jack Flaherty is on the mound today against Tanner Bybee. I know we're not talking about games yet. I'm not trusting Jack Flaherty. He has not been good in the second half of the season. He was kind of good early on. He's not a guy you trust now. I see money coming in on the Guardians. Cleveland's favorite today. Oh, I feel like this is just going to end very, very poorly for Detroit. I'm not going to be stunned if they are shut out of the postseason.
Okay, so let's talk about this game. So it does feel to me, if you're going with the hotter team here, there is a reason the Guardians are favored at home at -125, because we've mentioned this already, this segment, that it's not just the Tigers that are in a free fall. The Guardians are the hottest team in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And that is the profile of a team that I do not want to fade right now. Honestly, I feel like Tanner Bybee is the more impressive pitcher in this matchup. Jack Flaherty, the fact that he's 8-14 and the Tigers have 85 wins on the season. It's almost impressive that you have that type of a losing record on a team that was one of the best teams in all of Major League Baseball. So I think you either go with the Guardians here, or what about a total, Jenks? I know this game kind of broke open in the 6th inning last night. I'm not a fan of this pitching matchup nearly as much because we had great numbers for both pitchers yesterday. Is this one making the card? It's going to feel like a playoff game, and sometimes I feel like those games kind of lend itself to an under. Or do you leave this one, on the cutting room floor?
I would probably lean towards an under just because this is going to, and I know, the exception was yesterday, but if you look at, if you look at how this series is going and how important it is for the Tigers, if you're you're managing this game, you're AJ Hinch, you can't afford to let this game get out of hand. You've got if one of your pitchers, if Jack Flaherty comes out and struggles early, you got to get him out of there. Like, you can't afford just to take an L or let him maybe eat up some innings. You got to get him out. So that would make me lean towards an under. And I do like the Guardians here. Last time that Tanner Bybee was pitching in Detroit, allowed 1 run over 6 innings, but he's been awesome. His last 4 appearances, Chelsea, he's allowed a total, or 3 appearances, 3 earned runs over his last 21 2/3 innings. And then Flaherty, I mentioned him struggling in the second half of the season. He has an ERA over 5 this month, and the Tigers aren't hitting. I think I would just play Cleveland on the money line and keep riding the train. At some point, maybe this streak will come to an end, but maybe it won't.
I just had a thought while you were speaking. You gave me a great idea, but unfortunately, they do not have this prop listed. Because I thought you made a great point about Jack Flaherty's going to have a short leash today.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, you go under his outs prop, right? But it's not listed. So maybe we will get that later in the day, but I think that is a very strong angle because you can attack it 2 ways. Either Jack Flaherty gets hit up, which, has been the case all season long, and they pull him out of the game. Or, they just get nervous and they say, hey, we got to win this game, so we're going to take you out of here because we absolutely have to win games right now. So maybe that's why the books have not posted this prop yet, but one to keep in the back of the holster if they ever do release it. I want to ask you about this game because Quinn Priester has been good to us on the show. 13-2, 3.25 ERA, and Milwaukee underdogs in this game on the road to the Padres. Milwaukee plus 105, San Diego minus 125. Dylan Cease goes for the Friars. And the Brewers have been a little cold right now. And I understand they don't have a ton to play for because they have already clinched their spot in the postseason. They've lost 4 of their last 5. But Quinn Priester, again, has been really good. Like, maybe you don't play him in the full game, but I do trust that Quinn Priester can get the job done or at least keep this game close. Did you consider the Brewers today?
I did, just because I don't know if I'm going to play it because the Padres have been playing well. They've won 4 straight, and they tend to play really well at home. But I also think the contrarian argument is, look, it is Quinn Priester. He's been awesome, 13-2, 3.25 ERA. And also, when you're talking about a price of plus 105 on such a good team, you almost feel you don't have to do it. But for me, I'm like, I can get the Brewers at plus 105 with a guy like Priester on the mound. I'd rather go that route than, lay the juice, even though it's not a heavy price or not a punitive price. I'd rather grab the plus money with Milwaukee here.
Yeah, plus Quinn Priester is coming off a really good game. I understand it's against the Angels, but 10 strikeouts, only 2 earned runs, and 5 2/3. This month he is 2-0 with a 3 flat ERA. So it's been a great season, and Quinn Priester is not one of those big names that I feel like you pay a premium on. So again, this is price dependent, and I do feel like it is a great value play for the slate on a Wednesday. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there any game that you think we should be mentioning when it comes to bets?
I will say that I'm curious about the Orioles today because Tyler Wells is on the mound. Oh yeah.
Yes.
How about that, right? I'm looking at that. So he's going up against Shane Baz, Razor in Charm City, and Tyler Wells hasn't pitched a lot this season. But when he has, only 3 starts, but 2 runs or less in each of those starts. The Orioles have won all 3. And so Shane Baz has been definitely better on the road, 3-7 ERA over 4. So when you don't have a big sample size, that makes me a little nervous. But at the same time, sometimes you can get a better price because of that. And the Orioles in the first 5, I kind of want to stay away from their bullpen. But Orioles in the first 5, I found at minus 118. So first 5 money line for Tyler Wells, who's been really good to us on this show. I like that a lot.
That or an earned runs prop. And I would need to see the price on this, but I think this is how I've been playing Tyler Wells because I'm not a huge fan of trusting the Orioles. But you're right. They've been giving us some run support when it has been his time to pitch. So earned runs allowed for Tyler Wells. It's 1.5. So that's a no-go. We used to get 2.5s. Those were good times.
Good
but
days.
They're not the times anymore. Good days. The secret's out on Tyler Wells. He was a good pitcher for us. All right, Paul Skeens is pitching today, Jenks.
Yeah.
Pirates, Reds, Cincinnati minus 120, total of 7 runs. Is this another first 5 underplay for Paul Skeens going against Hunter Green?
Yeah, this is. I think I'm going to have one bet on the card today, maybe a couple, but this one is definitely the number one bet on my card. So Skeens against Green. I mean, this is a good bounce back spot for Paul Skeens. Had one of his worst outings of the season last time out. 3 runs and 3 2/3 against the Cubs. And look, it happens, but you rarely see a pitcher of his caliber have back-to-back poor outings. So I expect him to recover here. Also, he faced Cincinnati earlier this season, shut them out over 6 innings of work. And Hunter Green, man, whoo, he has been hot. At home this season, 5-1. 1.44 ERA. Opponents are batting 130 against him. We know Pittsburgh is awful in the first 5. So this is very similar to yesterday's Tigers-Guardians matchup, right? We went first 5 under there, under 3 and a hook, and that was a play that came home for us. So right now, the number is set at 3. But if you want to play to 3 and a hook in the first 5, you can go under at minus 144. So I'm going to put that on the card.
I think the other factor that goes into this is the fact that both these teams strike out at a very high rate. And you have 2 strikeout pitchers going today because Hunter Green, like the book on him is that his stuff is really good, but he's, sometimes he'll give up the long ball, but he has 125 strikeouts and 101 innings of work. And then, we know Paul Skeens is a strikeout pitcher.
Yeah.
So you look at both these teams sitting in the bottom 10 of strikeout rate, the highest strikeout rate is what I'm trying to say. So you have Cincinnati striking out 24% of the time, Pittsburgh striking out 24% of the time as well. So when you have those type of numbers, that gives you the chance for these pitchers to strand runners with those strikeouts to end the inning. So I think that is a great spin, on a first 5 under as well. Big game for the Astros today, Jenks. We know they're still fighting for their playoff lives. They're playing on the road at the Athletics. Hunter Brown is pitching. They are minus 145. JT Ginn on the other end. We know desperation is not the only thing that should go into your handicap, but this is a desperation spot with one of their best pitchers on the mound. Do you consider the Astros?
Wow, I'm just now. How did I miss this yesterday when I was handicapping?
It's at the end of the slate.
Oh, well, that's it. I looked at the ones I like. I'm like this, like this, like this. At home this season, JT Ginn, ERA of almost 6 against a guy who's in Cy Young contention for much of the year. I think you go Astros here.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot for the Astros to gain some ground. 2 games against the A's. Luis Severino is pitching tomorrow. Astros could be in the postseason. Got to get to break. Wine About It Wednesday is next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
The better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads.
On the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Wednesday, it is September 24th on the show. And Jenks, it is a special day in our household because it's my husband's birthday. Happy birthday to my husband, Jake. Unfortunately, he does have to work today, so we can't do anything super special. But I did buy him some new golf balls and a new pair of pants, which I know that sounds extremely romantic and thoughtful. But listen, this is the stage of our relationship where we want to get things that we actually use. And I have gone the route of buying him thoughtful things where it's ooh, here's some nice clothes that maybe he'll wear. He doesn't wear the clothes. And so they just sit in his closet. And then you're taking clothes to Goodwill one day and you see these clothes in the pile. And you're like, wow, this was my birthday present to you 3 years ago. So I'm glad that money went to a good cause.
Well, he got good use out of them, right? Wore that top or wore those pants every other day for 3 years, maybe. Yeah.
He did not.
No, he did not. He did not. I was trying to spin it positively. But, think about it this way. If it doesn't work out, you're giving to people who can use it. So I guess that's a good thing. But, I feel like that happens in a lot of relationships, right? You know each other so well. And what do you need, right? Catherine asked me what I need or what I want. I'm like, I don't need anything. I don't know. We can go to dinner or something. I don't care. Every now and then I'll be like, what, this would be nice, I guess. But for the most part, if you ask me right now, what do I need or what do I want for my birthday in December? I'd be like, nothing. I'm fine. I don't have anything that I've thought about.
Well, I think it's because you're an adult and you make your own money. So if you truly needed something, you would buy it for yourself.
Yeah.
So I'm not a big birthday person. I think once you get over the age of 12, birthdays should not be a huge deal. Maybe your 21st birthday, but these people that have an entire week and month for their birthdays, get out of here, man. The world does not revolve around you. Let me tell you a secret.
Oh, man.
Every single person on this planet has a birthday. You are not special.
I agree. I dated someone once, and whenever it was her birthday, she wanted to have a birthday week. So it was every day something for her birthday. She's like, it's birthday week. I'm like, birthday week? Okay. Birthday, sure, maybe the night before. It was a birthday week, and it was just man, I'm ready for this week to be over. A birthday week. It was a lot.
I think when you're an adult, if you do something for your birthday, it needs to either be small or other people need to enjoy it as well. Because, I do appreciate this. If somebody's going to have, a birthday party or, a birthday going out thing, that can be fun for everybody. You know, do it something that people want to come. And it's not just all about you, and you need to wear this color, and don't wear this color because it's my favorite color. You're not getting married. It's not your special month. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on birthdays.
Well, it's probably my own fault because I get awkward during my birthday. I took my birthday off of Facebook, which I'm not on Facebook that often. But I didn't want constantly people like, oh, it's your birthday, oh, it's your birthday. And I have some friends of mine who know it's my birthday, and every year they reach out to me, and I'm appreciative. But I kind of don't really want or need the attention. So if I see someone who's like, oh, my God, it's my week, and I'm like, oh, well, I kind of shy away from that in the first place. It puts me in a weird spot.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where I'm not the type of person where I want people to tell the restaurant it's my birthday.
Oh, God.
You know, those type of people are like, we should tell
thanks.
the restaurant so you can get a free piece of cake. Yeah, but then everybody looks at you and you have to stand there like an idiot. Because I can't sing the real happy birthday song. So, like, leave me out of that. I think I am with you when it comes to birthdays. All right, so we've complained about birthdays, but now let's fire up more because it's a Whine About It Wednesday here on the Daily Tip.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
I feel like that sounder is the perfect, like, mindset adjustment to, like, just tap into my inner Karen and start complaining about things. Jenks, what are you whining about this week?
This is a continuation of a story from last week. I think I told.
Ooh, part two.
Part two. So I needed a refill from a doctor, and this is a medication that, get a little dicey. You got to be careful with it. But I've, used it on and off for years, so it's fine. So one of my pharmacies ran out of the medication. So I had to pivot to a different pharmacy. They're like, we refilled it, but also you'll get it in a month. I'm like, how do you run out of a medication? I'm like, okay, whatever. So because of that, I requested a couple refills from both of these pharmacies. I'm like, just whichever one can fill it. But you have to be careful because if that happens, it looks like you're trying to double dip and get like extra medication, right? So one of these prescriptions was sort of flagged, like, hey, he's trying to get too many meds here. So I called my doctor to be like, explain what's going on and to say, hey, whenever you can fill it. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. But my regular doctor was not there. So I get a fill-in doctor, and he treated me like a drug addict. He was like, this is a controlled substance. There's this side effect, this. I was like, I know, I understand. This one pharmacy ran out. I'm calling to clarify this. You can call and verify, and whenever you can refill it, that would be great. I'm not trying to work this system. And he goes, nobody's going to refill this for you. You're on a list. I'm like, I'm on a list. He's like, you're on a list. I'm like, what? I don't even know. Now I'm freaking out. I'm like, what list am I on? Anyway, he goes, the earliest you can refill this is November. I go, perfect. That's all I needed to know. Click. Hung up on me. So I email this guy in the portal, actually my regular doctor at their office portal. I'm like, hey, the guy filling in kind of treated me like an addict. I'm just trying to figure out what the protocol is moving forward. If you can let me know, I would appreciate it. This guy was overseeing the portal. So I didn't realize that. So he emails me back. He's like, I did not treat you like a drug addict. Oh, my God. Anyway, I was like, this is so ridiculous. So then my regular doctor gets back on Sunday. I get an email from him from the same portal. It says, hey, Michael, not a problem. We've worked together for years. Let me know what you need, and I'll call it in for you. I was like, thank you. So doctors who don't use any sort of context, don't look at records, and don't have any bedside manner, that is my complaint.
Duh. That's the worst. That guy sounds like an absolute disaster, and it was not deserved. Like, I think that's the point that you probably, like, complain about the most is that, like, you've done nothing to deserve that type of treatment. Like, you don't carry yourself in, like, a weird way. You're not disheveled, even though this guy has not seen you in person, right? It's just over the phone.
He just thinks I'm calling and trying to get met. I'm like, you can look at the record. I said, I don't have an issue with oversight. There's some confusion here, and I'm trying to get that reconciled, and here's why it happened. And it was just like, nobody's going to fill this for you. I was like, okay. Anyway, very aggressive.
All right. So my complaint this week is the Titans making another trade for more draft picks. And listen, it would be one thing if we drafted well. And, we had some level of trust with the draft picks here. So yesterday, the Titans traded cornerback Jarvis Brownlee to the Jets. He was a former 5th-round pick that we traded for a 6th-round pick. Let me give you a brief, window into what the Titans do with their draft picks. Let me give you the worst example. In 2020, our 1st-round pick was Isaiah Wilson out of University of Georgia. Before he plays a single game, he gets caught at a house party at Tennessee State University. He then gets a DUI. He does not record a single stat for the Titans before retiring from football. This was our 1st-round pick, Jenks. And here's the thing. Whenever we get good picks in the 1st round, like imagine we hit on a pick. You look at somebody like A.J. Brown. What did we do with A.J. Brown? We traded him to the Eagles. So, please, for the love of God, do not trade people for draft picks because we cannot draft well. So, that's my complaint today. And also the fact that, local radio is so depressing right now. And here's the other thing. I am forced to watch Titans games here because it's our local team. And it's you'd think it'd be research for the show because, we talk about football. But the Titans are so irrelevant. We can't even talk about the Titans because people don't care. And they shouldn't. So I am stuck in the cesspool that is Titans fandom. And it's only September.
Oh, I am sorry. That is brutal. Oh, man. It's just one. Do you think Brian Schottenheimer's going to last? Because we keep hearing a lot. Didn't he yesterday decide?
Brian Callahan.
Sorry, not Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Callahan. Didn't he decide yesterday? Didn't he give up play calling duties? Didn't he decide that he's going to hand those over? So that's a big deal. That's not a good sign early on in someone's tenure.
He needs to give up game calling abilities. Because, this is the problem. It's he doesn't even know the rules of the game. That's the most frustrating part of it all. At least ask somebody else on staff. Hell, your dad's on staff. Ask him. He's the offensive line coach. Be listen, I don't know the rule here. Can you set me in the right direction? So, yes, times are tough in the Titans kingdom. All right, Den, you got something to complain about today?
All right, so before I start my complaint here, I have a question for the two of you just so we can get a degree of being on the same playing field. We don't like it when people talk to you about your fantasy football team, right?
Correct.
Chelsea, correct? We don't like it when people talk to you about their fantasy football team. Cool.
Most of the time, yes.
I'm going to throw that out the window, and I'm going to talk about my fantasy football team. I haven't played this damn sport, if you will, in 5 years. I played for the first time this year because my brother texted me. He's like, yo, I need another person. I was like, cool. Is it free? He's like, no. And I was like, what do you mean no? You asked me to pay money. He's like, is $100. And I was like, all right, because you're my brother, I will do this. And he's like, we have a system set out to where you get some sort of money back every single week. If you depending on how much you score or whatever, right? You get some sort of money back every single week. So you'll kind of get a return, somewhat of a return on investment. And I was like, all right, fine, whatever. Tell me why the sports radio guy with regular 9-to-5 people, someone works at a car dealership. My brother is just a regular 9-to-5er. I am getting my ass kicked. I haven't won a single game. My top quarterback got hurt the first week of the season. My top receiver doesn't have a quarterback that can throw to him. That's Justin Jefferson. My second receiver doesn't have a quarterback that wants to throw to him. That's A.J. Brown. My running backs all suck. My one running back that was good is James Conner, who just got hurt. Why does anybody take part in this terrible game? This was designed by the devil. I hate it. I'm going back to gambling like an adult, and that's it.
Welcome back to the correct side. Yes. Why does anybody play fantasy football? Because the injuries can absolutely decimate your team. And that's why I don't play it. Also, it's lose-lose. Because, you're supposed to be amazing because you work in this industry. And when you're not, it just looks bad. All right, Hour 3 is next on the show. Going over the biggest headlines in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe Like, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks? You interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Great to be with you as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, how about a preview of the Ryder Cup? We're going to bring in our good friend Doug Bell, who is covering the event for PGA Tour Radio. That's followed by another great guest at 8:20 as we talk NFL and the showdown between Penn State and Oregon with former Nittany Lion Michael Robinson. And yes, Best Bets and the Donkster at 8:40. Welcome to our audience on Stadium. As we always stream our final hour, you can do that by downloading the Bally Sports Live app or going to ballysportslive.com. And right into our first guest we go. We love Doug Bell here on the show. Does play-by-play for PGA Tour Radio, and he is covering the Ryder Cup this week, which begins on Friday. Doug, good morning. Always great to talk to you. And let me begin with an obvious question, which is, did Keegan Bradley make the right call in not playing here?
Well, Michael, Chelsea, great to be with you. And I'm excited. I'm a Southern guy, but I love going to New York.
Yeah.
Even though the Ryder Cup is about 40 miles east of Manhattan, I'll be staying with my son in his little apartment there. But it's going to be great. Did he make the right choice? No. He's playing better than half the guys on his team. There's no question about it. But in retrospect, and this is just going back to when he made that decision, and he said at the time, Michael, that the decision had been made weeks before the actual announcement. He just feels there's too much on his plate. And, you know, and when you think about it, all the interviews and things of that nature, I mean, it is 2025. Social media is abuzz. There's more media coverage of this event than ever in the history of the Ryder Cup. So perhaps he did make the right decision. We shall see. But again, Michael, when you're playing better than half your team and you have for a 2-year period, you're kind of like, And remember, nobody loves the Ryder Cup more than Keegan Bradley. Very, very passionate about this event against the Euro team.
I think my favorite part of the Ryder Cup is like the genuine like hatred and dislike of the people who are on the opposing sides, and especially this year, which I'm sure you've been following this back and forth exchange between Bryson DeChambeau and Rory, where Bryson started it by saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be all in his ear, I'm going to be chirping him, I'm going to get all in his head. And then Rory responded by saying, I think the only way that Bryson DeChambeau gets attention is by mentioning other people. To get attention, he will mention me or Scotty Scheffler. How does this go into the handicap of the Ryder Cup? Like, I understand it's a sport, but golf is such a mental game that I think this does play at least a tiny role in the Ryder Cup.
Chelsea, right on. And you have a little WWE, you have a little NFL, and we don't get this in golf, right? Because it is an individual sport, and these guys play for themselves, except every 2 years when they make it to the Ryder Cup. And I'll tell you, Chelsea, several years back, I thought it was overblown, overhyped. I said, come on. I mean, is it really this big? But in talking to the players and being with them and the caddies, this is a big deal. And it's not only just an honor, but they love being on a team, right? And there's no question, Chelsea, the European team has had the mental edge, and they've worn this moniker for forever, right? We're the Euros. We come from humble beginnings. We played courses that aren't as manicured as nicely. We travel together. You know, we've heard it time and time again. And in reality, every player on the Euro team is Americanized. They live in America. They have a home down in Florida or somewhere like that. So they're wearing that tag and playing that to the hilt. And it'll be interesting to see if the Americans can match it in any way, shape, or form, because that's been the bugaboo, right? Mentally, the Euros have seemingly, psychologically, have had the advantage. But I just think in New York City with this raucous crowd, I think that everything kind of leans the way of the Americans. I think it'll be very difficult. And even Rory said the most difficult thing in golf to do now is to win on the road in the Ryder Cup. So we'll see if they can get it done. Hasn't happened since the miracle at Medina in Chicago 13 years ago, and I just don't think it's going to happen this year.
Doug, can you expand on that a little bit? Because having a crowd there and a biased crowd, which is going to be more raucous than we normally see, can and certainly affect how golfers perform and just increase the level of energy that we don't normally see during an event.
Well, Michael, it's interesting. Golfers starting from junior golf, very little crowd. And any crowd that does come out, whether you're junior, high school, college, even on the Korn Ferry and even the PGA Tour, they clap. They're nice. I mean, these are golfers, right? And now you have this NFL crowd surrounding the first tee, and it's New York City. They're going to be not just raucous, but I mean, they're going to yell things at these players and get in their head. And I mean, it's something they're not used to. And so I think it'll be a huge advantage. But it's interesting, guys. Paul Azinger, the great Zinger, was on my podcast, and he thinks that the crowd could turn. He said, listen, it's a New York crowd, right? So if things don't go well for the Americans, he goes, I can see them turning and rooting for the Europeans because they know all these guys. And I was like, I hadn't thought about that. I just don't think New York fans are that fickle. I think it'll be partisan USA from start to finish, and I think it'll be a huge, massive advantage for the American team.
All right, so we have all these big names playing in the Ryder Cup, but I feel like it's always somebody who kind of comes out of the woodwork to be the X factor. And like we see guys who actually thrive in this environment of playing on a team and they perform under pressure.
Yeah.
Who is that X factor this week?
Well, keep in mind, Chelsea, 11 of the 12 guys on the European team are back from 2 years ago when they won in Rome. And Rasmus Højgaard replaces his brother Nikolai, the twin brothers. And he was actually riding around. He was one of the guys that was part of the team, right? He was following his brother around. So he's familiar. So as far as experience, you got to go with the Europeans. I mean, all these guys are back. But I think you want to know who on the American team is going to be the wild card. And here's a guy who I really like, Cameron Young. He grew up in upstate New York, loves Bethpage Black, long hitter, really long hitter. He's the only guy who can play with Bryson DeChambeau in alternate shot if they go out because they use the same golf ball, this unusual golf ball that nobody else uses on anybody else on the team. And he also he's fifth overall in putting statistically on the PGA Tour. So Cameron Young never played in the Ryder Cup, was ecstatic that he got picked, having the best year he's ever had putting, and he's an incredibly long hitter, which is going to be vital on this monstrosity of a golf course, Bethpage Black, which, by the way, will be the toughest venue in the history of the Ryder Cup. They've never played a course this difficult, even though it's not set up like a U.S. Open. It is still going to be very, very hard to record birdies, and so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But Chelsea, the one guy to watch, Cameron Young. Look out for the bearded one as he's out there playing in the Ryder Cup for the first time.
Doug, you're leading right into my next question as we talk with Doug Bell, play-by-play for PGA Tour Radio, and that is the course, sort of the other star of the show that we're going to get this weekend. Bethpage Black, how do you think it's going to play? How's the course looking, and how much of a factor will it be?
Well, Michael, it's a par 70, about 7,400 yards, so it's really long. A lot of dog legs, a lot of really hard par fours, upwards of 500 yards. And you got to hit the fairway. Now, the rough is not like it is for the U.S. Open that it's been there in the past. And they normally have this fescue that's about waist high, but they've cut that back. So, I mean, it's match play, right? They want excitement. They want some birdies. And so I think we'll see a few more than we would. We don't want to see U.S. Open at the Ryder Cup, right? Yeah. But it is going to be difficult. And here's the big stat, guys. The par fours are absolutely crucial at Bethpage Black. And if you add up statistically the American team versus the Euro team, minus the live guys because they don't factor in the PGA Tour statistics, But numbers-wise, the American team, I mean, they dominate the par fours compared to the European guys. So I'm thinking, listen, I'm not a big numbers guy, but I think that is something that kind of pops out as you're trying to break down this Ryder Cup. And we've talked about emotions, we've talked about psychology, but if you look at the numbers, and obviously you have the best player in the world on Team USA, who's the best at par four scoring, but from top to bottom, the Americans are better at the par fours than the Europeans. And I just think that'll be a factor. I mean, I'm telling you, this golf course is an absolute beast. It's not U.S. Open tough, but it's going to be a challenge for these guys. And never in the history of this incredible Ryder Cup have we ever had a course quite this difficult. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
All right, so this is going to be an easy sell, but I still want you to sell me on this. Team USA is favored in this, minus 150, and you don't have to pull my leg very hard to root for Team USA. But what's the overall case for the Americans winning this?
Well, again, match play, right? So what is the key component of match play? Putting. I mean, you got to get the ball in the hole. The United States team has 5 of the top 20 putters in the world, statistically, led by Sam Burns, number 1 overall. Cameron Young, the aforementioned Cam Young, is number 5. Scotty Scheffler is 15. So you have more of the better putters on the USA team. The European team only has 2 guys in the top 20. Rory, number 7. Tommy Fleetwood, who won the big Tour Championship, he's number 17. We told you about par 4 scoring, dominant on the American side. So statistically, guys, and Tee to Green, by the way, is about a wash. All these guys are great players. But analytically, those numbers favor the Americans. And again, I just go back to this crowd, guys. We'll never see anything like this over the top like it's going to be in New York City. These golfers have never had a partisan crowd going against them like this. I mean, I've been out with Robert McIntyre, John Rahm, Tyrrell Hatton. These guys can go sideways in a hurry when things don't go their way, and the crowd starts getting on their case. Are they going to get on their case in New York City? Absolutely. So, Chelsea, I'm telling you, this is the safest bet you can possibly have. The Euros to come to Bethpage Black and win again. Now, they only need 14 points. Remember, a tie, they retain the cup. But I just think it'll be the hardest thing to do in professional golf now is to win on the road in the Ryder Cup. It's not going to happen this weekend in New York City. Impossible. Now, Paul Azinger disagrees with me, but I can't see the New York crowd turning on the Americans and rooting for the Euros. Can't see it. Won't happen. Americans will celebrate.
Oh, that's how you finish a segment right there with a good old US of A.
USA.
There we go.
Yes. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you. I'm not already fired up enough, but thank you very much.
He does play-by-play for PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ. There's our good friend Doug Bell. Doug, thank you so much.
Talk to you guys soon. Have fun watching.
We will. Doug always gets me fired up. I mean, you know what? I'm convinced. Not going to happen. Impossible, I believe, was the direct quote. Impossible.
Yes. I will certainly be rooting for the Americans. And Jenks, it's because it's Jake's birthday weekend.
Oh, forget
it. So we're going to be watching nothing but golf. Because people are like, oh, Chelsea, you and your husband must watch sports together. No, he watches golf constantly, and I have to convince him to change it to football. So this week we'll be watching a lot of the Ryder Cup. And you know what? For once, I won't be complaining.
Oh, yeah. Friday night after the first round of the Ryder Cup or the first stage, not college football for you. Not on Saturday. Golf Channel, highlights of the first ever Ryder Cup in 1927. Like, how do they have this footage? Jake found it. We're watching it right now. Forget about Penn State and Oregon. No. It's going to be the history of the Ryder Cup. All golf, all weekend, because it's Jake's birthday weekend.
Like you're being facetious, but like that actually is probably going to happen. But I will say, like, we have a great weekend of sports ahead. Like you mentioned, the Big Penn State game. We've got the Ryder Cup. We've got massive games in Major League Baseball. Then we have the NFL. So it just feels like what a weekend. What a blessed time to be alive. And it's almost fall. Jenks, best time of year.
Best time of year. Grab the old PSL, settle in front of the couch, and get ready for a big weekend. This show?
USA!
USA! USA! I was going to say death to Europe, and I'm like, that's a little aggressive. We will talk about the NFL. We will talk about college football. We're going to bring in former Nittany Lions fullback Michael Robinson, won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks as well. He is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. Great to have you with us. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. She's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Coming up, we will talk Week 4 in the NFL and preview Oregon and Penn State with former Nittany Lions quarterback Michael Robinson. Looking forward to talking with him. I see him logging in as we speak. And Chelsea, before we get to Michael, I see that you eating cashews and you learned some cashew facts yesterday. Enthralling.
Right. Cashew fact number
Cashew
one.
facts.
Did you know that cashews come from a fruit? Like, here's the thing, like, my husband does this where he, like, throws random things at me, and, like, I know he's lying, and he just does it for a laugh. So I thought he was doing this yesterday. So apparently cashews come from a fruit, and there is a dangling part that is attached to the fruit that is surrounded by a poisonous oil, and they have to go through that barrier to get to the cashews. So if you're wondering, why are cashews so expensive? There's your answer.
Wow. Learn something
Cashew
every day.
fact.
Cashew facts. We'll start a segment every day on the show. Probably last about 2 or 3 days before people say, okay, that's enough of the cashew facts. I've had it with cashew facts. Nothing but cashew facts. One thing we cannot get enough of on this show is great analysis. So let's bring in Michael Robinson, 2013 Super Bowl champion, 2005 Big Ten Co-Offensive Player of the Year at Penn State. Michael, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And let's start in the NFL just because we saw the Ravens and Lions go at it on Monday Night Football. If you're Baltimore, should you be worried about the Ravens in big games, or is that a bit of an overreaction?
I think the history can tell us that, we should be a little bit worried. Excuse me, guys, for what I'm wearing. I'm in the middle of my workout, so
no, you're good, man.
Didn't want to miss the interview with you guys today, but I do think that's something that Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens have to think about. It seems like they usually go up and down the field and win a bunch of games in the regular season, and they get to the big games in the regular season or the big games in the playoffs, and they seem to come up short with one of the more dynamic quarterbacks in all of football. I will say this. Sometimes I think with Baltimore, because they have so much talent, because they have a Lamar Jackson, they always think they got to do something different or do something more. If they just stick to what they do, I don't care if they run the same play 50 times in a row, just win games and do what you do to win the big games.
All right, so on a similar plane, some people have questions about Penn State and winning big games. They have a big game this weekend, but it's at home, whiteout game against Oregon. What's the confidence level in Penn State this weekend?
Well, first of all, I don't live in Penn State, I'm not around the team. I do know a lot of people around the team and things like that, man. And if everybody else has questions, hell, I got questions too. I mean, I'm an alum. I got questions too about winning big games and things like that. But I will say this from a roster standpoint, there's not many rosters better than this Penn State team. There really isn't. And it's about being able to make the plays in those moments. I think Andy Kotelnicki, the offensive coordinator for Penn State, will have a great plan. He's a guy that's going to, create leverage. He understands formation, shifts, motions, all those things to create a little leverage. But I always say this game is going to come down to a critical football decision in a critical football moment. And James Franklin or Dan Lanning, who's going to blink? And I think if we look at the history of both of these coaches have blinked in the past. And Dan Lanning last year kind of got over the hump a little bit in those big games and kind of showed that he can, he can coach and make the right decisions in those big games. And I would say, now it's Coach Franklin's turn. You know what I'm saying? To beat a top 10 opponent, a tough top 10 opponent early in the season with the entire college football world watching.
Michael, that narrative surrounding Coach Franklin, needing a win like this and Penn State, it feels like, as you were saying, on paper, this is their year. How badly do they need this win?
I think they have to have it. It's a must win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really is, and I hate to say it in a college football environment where I believe you can lose a game or two now and still be able to get into the college football playoff mix and still be able to win and be better later on in the season. But when you look at Penn State's schedule and not playing a lot of big time teams, you're only playing a couple. You got to win the games that come across your schedule. So yeah, this is a must win for Penn State, and I can't wait to watch it.
I want to ask you a little bit about how the game has changed over the last 10 years. And I thought about this because I was hearing a little bit about your backstory, how you started as a quarterback and moved to fullback, which, that's a whole question in itself. But it feels like we're having a renaissance for the run game in the NFL where, the big names, Saquon Barkley, I know Derrick Henry's having a bit of a down season, but we are seeing more of the emphasis put on the run game. And I know it's always been there, but maybe it's just what Saquon did last year for the Eagles. Mm-hmm. What do you make of that? Do you think that's a great trend? Do you see a reason for that? What do you make of the run game making a resurgence in the NFL?
Well, I think it's a couple of different factors. It's a great question by you, first of all. Second of all, as offenses spread out and want to throw the ball all over the place, defenses have adjusted, right? So they're second level linebackers and their linebackers are smaller. There are times where, as a quarterback, you can look across the line of scrimmage, and other than the 4 defensive linemen, it looks like 7 defensive backs walking around. You know what I'm saying? And so offenses have adjusted. So if you see smaller second level linebackers, well, you just want to turn around and hand the football off to the running back and get guards and tackles up on smaller bodies, and you can create an advantage and some leverage that way. So I do see just how the defenses have adjusted to offenses, and now the offenses are like, okay, since you adjusted, so now we're going to now adjust and run the football. And then secondly, to me, there's a lot more non-football people in coaching. I know that doesn't sound right? But there's a lot of non-football people who are getting jobs, real jobs in coaching. They're not saying that they're not working hard and all of those things, but they're just non-traditional football people, right? And so what happens is the easiest way to coach when you're not a traditional football person is say, well, I got a big-time running back. Just hand him the football and let him see what he can do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know I'm simplifying that. I mean, it's not. It's a lot more complicated than that. But I'm just simplifying it a little bit so our listeners and viewers can understand it. But that's how I see it.
Michael, I know you know Dan Quinn from your time in Seattle. So what did you think when you saw DQ get plowed over this weekend and then stand up with the blood running down his nose? That has to fire up a team.
Yeah, I'm like, DQ gonna use this in the big team meeting room. Yep. Oh yeah, he's gonna show how tough he is, man. But I'm happy for Dan Quinn, man. Honestly, he's a good dude, a great man. I'm glad that he got a second opportunity to be a head coach. Not a lot that doesn't happen in the league a lot. That you had an opportunity. Some people say you fail at it, and then you get another opportunity. But one thing I can say about Coach Quinn, he's a genuine good guy. So at the end of the day, when players, whether it's free agents trying to make a decision whether to come to Washington or whether to, how hard to play for him or things like that, he always has your best interest in hand. So I'm happy for all the success that Dan Quinn has. And I tell you one thing, Philadelphia better watch out in the NFC East because I think Washington is right there with them.
Ooh, I know we love hearing that for our people in DC. Let me ask you about this because I have not been to Penn State, but I hear all these things about the whiteout. You've been on the field during a whiteout game. What dimension does this add to an environment?
Well, so the whiteout started when I was in school. Okay. So I remember before the whiteout, and I remember when we were thinking like as a team, like, yeah, we got great fans, a great fan base, but we felt like, quite frankly, our fan base collectively was getting older. And we wanted to rock the place out a little bit more. And I think it was either 2003 or 2004. Guido de Aya, he was our maestro of stadium, whatever. He kind of put together some stuff, put together some songs, some videos, and some things like that. Ran it through the captains, and it was pretty cool. And when you walk into a stadium and you see like one color just dominate the entire stadium, like I remember going into Ohio State and seeing the sea of red, and like, yeah, you're gonna see some of that stuff, but you just like, wow, these people coordinated this to like look. I mean, it's a little intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? And so to see the whiteout, to see what it does to the other team, to see the energy it brings to the players on the field from Penn State, man, it's definitely a treat to see.
Michael, we saw Mike Gundy get fired yesterday at Oklahoma State. And the reason why I mention that is I'm curious about your thought on how difficult it is to coach in the NIL era if you're at a school where you have a hard time sort of inherently keeping up with the bigger names that have a deeper pool of money. So is that more of a discrepancy, I would think, than what you saw during your playing days at Penn State?
Absolutely. It's impossible to coach in the NIL if you're not playing the money game. It's impossible. Impossible to compete. And yeah, you're gonna have those one-offs or those outliers where you get Appalachian State beat a Michigan or something like, you know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, you'll have those teams or whatever, and those are great games and it's great for those universities. But for the most part, they can't compete. You can't pay the players. It just is what it is. And I think at some point we're gonna have to come up with some type of tiered system where the teams with the most financial resources are in one big mega conference and let those guys fight it out. And then a tiered system underneath that with the next bit of resources can, fight it out for their respective level of a championship. You know what I'm saying? Because what we're starting to see is, guys, the business of football meet the integrity of how players want to play. Players play to win, right? And a lot of fans and people around the game play or watch it for the stats and the fun of it. And so, yeah, I think they're going to have to figure something out.
Okay, we have about a minute left, but I have been dying to ask a former player this question about the tush push. Why does nobody else do it? There has to be other teams in the NFL that have good offensive lines, or are the Eagles just that tailor-made to that specific play?
Well, and I hope y'all clip this off of social media because I don't think I've heard another analyst say this. So I've been watching the tush push over the last couple of years, and defenses are getting better. Okay, they're getting hit. They're getting a little bit better defending it. And it will take me a board in like 2 hours to explain some of the different variances as to what defenses are doing. But what makes Philly unique is Jordan Mailata, the left tackle. He is a rugby player, guys. He's a big boned bowling ball of butchering knives, okay? Jalen Hurts, not only does he squat 600 pounds and can carry most defensive linemen into the end zone himself, but he usually falls to his left. He falls to his left because Jordan Mailata is literally submerging the entire left side of the defensive line most times. And I think he's just a uniquely athletically built tree of a man. And that's why you don't see a lot of other teams be able to do it because there's only one Jordan Mailata. That's just how I see it. And I know people say, the center and how Kelsey used to do it, whatever. A lot of times the center gets crushed. Okay. And again, Jalen rolls to the left away from pressure.
He won the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks in 2013, Pro Bowler as well, and 2005 Big Ten Co-Offensive Player of the Year with Penn State. It is Michael Robinson. Michael, we appreciate the time. Thank you, man.
Thank you, guys.
It's a great answer. And also, I don't think it's a coincidence that Jordan Mailata is the one guy last week who was on Philly radio complaining more than anyone else. He was like, I am tired of people saying this. And it's probably because he's the guy doing the dirty work there on the left side of the line.
But I mean, what's keeping other people from using like other disciplines and like the stuff from rugby? Like if it's not illegal, and I think maybe that's where the complaints are, is that like sometimes, they're lining up, ahead of the line and referees are not very good at officiating it. But I just had that question. Like I had been thinking that for a while, but obviously I did not play in the NFL and I don't know the nuances. So it was great to get insight for somebody who has been there on the line of scrimmage. Because I think a lot of like casual fans are probably thinking that.
Yeah, most teams just don't have the personnel. Like most teams don't have a Jordan Mailata. They don't have a Jalen Hurts who has that lower body strength. So even if, I don't know, you throw out the Chiefs, for example, right? Like Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback, but he doesn't have the leg strength that a Jalen Hurts does to push forward. So what did we say last year about the Eagles? Their biggest strengths are best offensive line, best defensive line in the sport. So when you have the best offensive line and you've probably got the strongest, at least lower-bodied quarterback in the NFL, not many teams can pull that off, or they would. I think it's the Eagles and the Bills, and that's it.
Yeah, it is interesting for sure.
It is. Great to have Michael's input as well. I think he nailed it. Coming up next here on the show, we've already hit the midway point of the week. Now it's time to make some money and speed towards the weekend. Best bets coming your way here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, You can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. Great to have you with us. Halfway through the week on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Coming up on the show, tell you what's coming up on Bet Sweats. Talk with the Doctor. Got our best bets. God, yesterday. I told you that the lovely Catherine took the day off. And so yesterday was also Rosh Hashanah. But yesterday, as Catherine, she was trying to stay off her phone because she needed a mental health day. But she did check her phone just for a couple work emails, just to kind of touch base for a second. And someone in her office sent out an email. I should have screen captured this. It said, Happy Autumnal Equinox Day. I'm like, Happy Autumnal Equinox Day? Who is celebrating the autumnal equinox? I didn't even know yesterday was the autumnal equinox. Like, what in the world?
That has to be like the horoscope people, right? Like the people who believe in like the cycles of the moon and that like our lives already have like a predetermined fate. Like that's all I can think of. That are like weather people, right? Like who else cares?
It's just like, yeah, I'm sitting here just celebrating at my desk, having a hard time focusing because of the equinox today. I was like, man, you took the right day off for sure. So maybe that's what it is.
I want to ask about, maybe this is too in the weeds, but that girl that Catherine used to always get mad at, the one that would always like show up late. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like that girl that had like the worst excuses. Like she would be late all the time and she was younger and she would like think it's not a big deal to like show up late all the time.
Yeah.
Is she still with the company?
She's still there. She's gotten better.
Ooh.
Catherine has had to guide her along because Catherine is her boss. I mean, Catherine does manage.
Got to show up.
You got to show up.
Gotta show up.
You can't say things like, it took 45 minutes for an Uber to get here. And Catherine's like, you live 8 blocks from us. And by the way, when has anyone ever waited 45 minutes for an Uber? Like, that doesn't make sense. No one's ever done that, ever. Yeah, see you in 45 minutes. No. Or, oh, my cat wasn't feeling well this morning. Okay, sorry. You know, so if you're going to take the day off, take the day off. But she's gotten better about it. Every now and then she'll try to slide one in. And Catherine's like, no, not this. But I think that's part of when you're a young person at a corporate job and learning. You kind of have to set boundaries, because if you don't set those boundaries, people will see what they can get away with.
I hate to rag on Gen Z, but like, doesn't it feel like that's the stereotype? Is it like they're so soft and they need their safe spaces and they're going to take a mental health day? Oh, and if they're 30 minutes late,
right,
they're here now and they're going to bring their dogs to work. I don't know if you've heard about this, where people think they can bring their dogs everywhere. I could talk a long time about this, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have that many Gen Z friends, so maybe you should stop me. Maybe
no,
we had
a coworker who used to bring her dog to work. Just start bringing her dog to work. Start bringing her dog to work.
Here we go.
Yeah, and finally, I didn't say anything, but I was like, I don't know how this is allowed, and I think I didn't say anything, but I know a couple people went to the boss and said, what are we doing? Like, at some point, what, do we all get to bring our animals to work? Nobody's saying anything. And so finally someone said, you need to not bring your dog to work. She just started doing it one day. It's so random. It's amazing. But you know what? If people can get away with something, they will.
I know. But the thing is, it's just like they assume. Like, they don't even ask if they can, like, bring their dog places. They just assume, unless there's, like, a sign otherwise. So now these places have to put signs where it's like, okay, if you don't have a service animal, don't bring your dog in, which feels like an assumption that people of our generation would make, but maybe not the youngs.
Not the youngs. The one thing we can all agree on is that yesterday was an awesome autumnal equinox.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Oh, one of the better ones.
One for the ages.
One for the ages. One for the books yesterday, as far as autumnal equinoxes go. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, another banger from Joe O and Sammy P. They're going to talk about Jackson Dart being named the starter for the New York Giants. And how about this guest list? Nate Collins at 9:20, Jeff Feinberg at 9:40, Elena Rizzo at 11, and Thor Nystrom at 11:20. How about this guest list for us tomorrow? We only need one, because it's a big name. Buster Olney joining the show at 8 o'clock to talk about the Major League Baseball playoff race. A ton to talk about with Buster, and always a great conversation because he is one of the best. All right, let's hand out our best bets.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, do it.
Yeah, best bet of the day is going to be the first 5 under 3.5 runs between the Pirates and the Reds for -144. I like this because of the pitching matchup and because of both of these offenses being pretty pedestrian. But here's the X factor. You have two of the most strikeout-prone teams in all of baseball. Both the Pirates and the Reds are striking out at a top 10 rate, where both these teams are striking out at a rate of 24% per game. And you have two strikeout pitchers today. The king of strikeouts, Paul Skeens, goes for the Pirates, who is trying to get an ERA under 2 flat for the season. I think he can do it against the Reds. And then you have Hunter Green, who I know he has his flaws, but this year's been pretty solid. A 2.74 ERA and 125 strikeouts and 101 innings of work. So what this means from a betting standpoint is, even if they allow some base runners, they have more opportunity to strand those base runners because they are very good at missing bats and getting those inning-ending strikeouts. So I think that's the play of the day for me. First 5 under 3.5 between the Pirates and the Reds, -144. Let's go.
Yeah, I will definitely be on that one. So love that play for the reasons you mentioned. I will add one more to the card. Astros first 5 money line, -150 out in Sacktown, taking on the A's. Hunter Brown taking on JT Ginn. It's not even JT Ginn. It's Luis Severino. They made that pitching change, and I like this even more because of it. Oh, yeah. Astros need this game. They've got Hunter Brown on the mound. He has allowed 2 runs or less in 9 consecutive starts. Faced the A's already twice this season, a total of 2 earned over 11 innings. Luis Severino going for the Athletics. He is not good, especially at home. 1-9, a 6.51 ERA. He doesn't like pitching there. It shows. Astros first 5 money line, -150 in Sacramento.
Oh, I had this bookmarked for tomorrow because I thought he was pitching tomorrow. But if he's pitching today, this is a big bet for me. Going to be on the Astros full game money line because I do believe in the Astros bullpen a little bit more. Here's the other factor. The Astros are playing for their playoff lives right now. I believe they're a half game back of the Tigers for the last wild card spot in the American League, so they could definitely still sneak in there. And plus, like, Luis Severino, all these things that you're saying are not us, like, assuming. He has literally said this. He hates pitching there. He doesn't want to play for the A's. So if there's ever a spot to fade somebody at the end of the summer, listen, he's probably booked his vacation for the end of the season. So the Astros have to be a play today.
Yeah, let's go. Both of these are going to hit. I heard you say that, too, early in the show. I was like, oh, Severino's on the mound tomorrow? Yeah, I'm on that. I'll bet it now if I can. And then I looked up. I'm like, oh, my God, he's going today. What a gift. So, yeah, let's hope both of those plays can come home, and I think they will. Guys, don't forget, we're on YouTube. You can stream each and every show on the BetMGM network. Just make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And, yes, you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, I believe we get Joe O today. So, before that, we got to talk to the Donkster. He's always here, ready to go. Oh, look at that. Microphone in place. Donkster, good morning.
Good morning. It's time for the Donkster Streaming Corner.
Okay.
This week, I watched 50 Shades of Grey. At first, I thought this was about a visit to Sherwin-Williams, so I was thrilled to learn that Christian had no problem pushing Anna's boundaries of pain and pleasure.
Okay. Why don't you wrap this up?
Then I watched 50 Shades Darker, and I liked it even more.
Donkster, all right. Can we wrap this up, please?
Tonight, I'll watch 50 Shades Freed, and I'll DM everyone to let you know how it goes.
Don't do that.
Maybe I'll get a side of Moby Dickies.
Okay.
Here we go.
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a bet, please?
I do. Guardians. Moneyline. Hosting the Tigers.
I do like that bet. Okay. Well, that's a good suggestion from Dylan. He said, why not? If you're going to watch 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades Freed, why not get some Moby Dickies while you're at it? Do they deliver there in Hendersonville?
I have no idea, but I feel that, like, Jason Whitlock and the Donkster have, like, the same viewing tendencies. I feel like they would be best friends.
I bet that's right. Streaming, online, whatever. They're probably
tabs
right.
open.
Mini tabs open.
That peanut butter skin. All right, I'll stop.
Now, someone who does not have peanut butter skin, but we still love him. That's Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning.
Definitely. What a transition. What a pro there.
Here we go.
Thanks. Complaining about the dog that was in his studio without complaining about the dog that was in his studio. Jason Whitlock, peanut butter skin. Good stuff. Jake's, were you a little happy about Mateer? A little?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. You know, I don't wish it upon him, but when that notification came up on my phone, I was like, oh, hell, that's good for us. That'll work. Although I was telling Chelsea, I don't trust the Sooners. I've seen this before, Joe O, so many times before, where they say, oh, he's out for a month. He's out for a month, and then he trots on the field right before the game. I've seen this forever with Oklahoma. I kind of don't trust him here.
We are on the same page because while everybody was like, oh, Heisman race is over, I'm like, wait a second. They have a bye and Kent State, which means nothing to the Heisman race. And it's almost 3 weeks. And the first report was saying 3 weeks. If he comes out for that Texas, I could see it.
I'm telling you, he's going to play. He's going to play.
Wow.
Guaranteed. I'm calling it right now. I've seen this drill too many times. Oh, he's out a month. This guy's out there starting linebacker. First play of the game. Ready to go. They do this every year. Joe O, great looking skin this morning. Good to see you. Well, that is it for us here on this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea and our entire great crew, Denton, Dylan, Double D, we're all here. I'm Jinx. Have a great Wednesday. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
the Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's.
No!
Jake, here, maybe they.
Audio.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. But he was never flat out saying, Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback in the foreseeable future. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. All right, I see what's happening here. Make Joe feel a little bit better based on the other big news that went down yesterday. We'll talk about all of it, including all the big results from last night in Major League Baseball. Races going all over the place. You know, ESPN will try to tell you that WNBA playoffs is the most important thing in sports. No. Dart, Mateer, MLB playoff results coming down at the very end, which change things on a daily basis. We'll get to all of it coming up over the next 3 hours here on Bet Sweats. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich. Just like every Wednesday, Nate Collins will drop by in about 20 minutes. A lot to discuss, especially with his Jaguars. All of a sudden, a very interesting division on the AFC side of things. Our buddy Jeff Feinberg, he's got Ryder Cup action. He's the biggest Chargers fan in the world. We'll talk to Jeff about that. Foul Territory guest or Nystrom on college football. It's a Power Rankings Wednesday. We're jam-packed on this Wednesday morning. What's up, Sam?
You did your job for the people on Jackson Dart. Now he's got to do his. I wonder what Brian Daboll finally found the last straw to be. Was it that awful 4-play series at the end of the game when Russell Wilson sailed the 4th down pass off the crossbar? That had to be it after throwing a ball out of the corner of the end zone plays before. You knew this was coming. It was always a matter of when, not if. And I think he's up against it because now he has to learn the rhythm of an NFL game and probably get that down for a couple of weeks. But we'll see. I mean, we've seen some rookies come in and thrive right away. I know that Daboll feels that Dart has the ability to sort of hit the ground running because of the competition that he played against in the SEC in college, and also in the very diverse, very up-tempo, very free-flowing offense under Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. At the end of the day, though, when you tell people to bet 30-1 and less than 30 days later it's less than 7-1, you did your job. Now Jackson Dart has to do his.
In a matter of, 2 to 3 days, you're right. It went from 35-1. The best price available that I see is 8-1, just by him being out there. You mentioned, when did he make this call? I think it was made weeks ago. I think Daboll was annoyed that Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards against the league's worst defense at the Dallas Cowboys, because then he had to stick with Russ another week. The final straw was probably that terrible pick in overtime when they should have beaten the Cowboys on the road as a sizable underdog. And look at what goes down. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. He's the 4th favorite. This race is awesome. I was talking to a buddy about it yesterday, and he's like, oh, the race sucks. Like, no, this is a great offensive rookie of the year race. I disagree with it. Why? Because Cam Ward and Genty are off to slow starts. That's fine. Everybody's in the pool. Ibuka's your favorite right now. Tyler Warren's your 2nd favorite. Your pick was Hampton. He's in a great spot. I like Dart. He's the 4th favorite there. Don't forget about Tet. And there's another rookie that will come up later in the show that I was talking about. That's a pretty good number. Like, this thing is wide open. Anybody could win it. It doesn't matter what position you play. I think this is going to be one of the better awards to track all season long.
I love that we have 2 horses at good numbers, and they've appreciated over time so far. My Hampton bet, your Dart bet. In college football, we'll get to that, how that market kind of got turned on its head yesterday. But again, you pick the right person and you get the right price, and then you see what happens from there. All you can do as a sports bettor when you're betting a future is bet it at the right time. Injuries happen, things happen. To have Hampton after the draft, I mean, I looked at that team, the ability for the offensive line, the opportunity, assuming Najee Harris was not going to stay healthy. Now, I didn't think he was going to blow fireworks up in his face and then blow his knee out. But it's about opportunity and runway to playing time. And you felt it was good for Dart. I felt it was good for Hampton. In college, I felt good about Carson Beck. It's worked out so far. But the hardest part about futures is knowing when to bet. And I think over the last 13 months or so, we've been doing this show together. You much longer than me on a previous edition of this show, knowing when to hit guys at the right time. The Robbie Ray comes to mind, the Jorge Soler World Series MVP. You know, you don't want to bet things after a huge performance. Like I told the story yesterday about my buddy who sent me the Caleb Williams MVP ticket. He sent it to me first thing Monday morning. after Caleb threw 4 touchdown passes. That number was 125-1. And then the performance happens. He gets the 4 touchdowns, and then it's 80-171. Now I'll bet it. Well, that's what they want you to do. They want you to bet after these strong performances. You're betting dart before we've seen really much of anything. And I just think it's a good exercise if you follow the show and listen to the show. Joe talked about this early September. And here you are in a good spot if you made that bet. I did not jump in because I'm bullish on Hampton, and I'm confident that he's going to turn up over the next 4 months or so, but should be a fun race. And Emeka Buka is your odds-on favorite right now. Didn't see that coming after 3 weeks.
Dart might suck, but the point is here with all of the players that we've compiled here, I think between the two of us, we've got 3 offensive rookie of the year bets right now. The point is they're not chasing anybody. Like, we could sit here and say Ibuka's the favorite, and he is, and he's been impressive. And the Godwin injury and the Evans injury as well. Like, he's the man. Like, Baker trusts him. It's been impressive. But yeah, the leader, not odds on favorite. Nobody's running away with anything. The 2 guys coming into the year at the top were Ward and Genty. Those guys have done nothing. So this award is wide open. Mateer news. Wow, that sucked. I've been on Mateer, bet him a couple of times, and yesterday hurt. That's the kind of year it's been for me so far, just a few weeks in. But yeah, the news sucked, and now that flipped everything on its head. We did this Heisman segment yesterday. I feel like we need to do it again because everything's changed. Everybody's number has now changed just because of this Mateer injury. I'll say this. I'm probably not as upset as you think I am, because if you look at some of the reports that came out, first off, they were changing in real time. First, it's 3 weeks. Then it's 4 weeks. A lot of maneuvering with the timeline. Okay. He played with this injury against Auburn. He led them to a comeback victory. He goes 11 for 11 to finish the game with this thumb injury. And guess what he's got? He's got time right now. They are on bye this upcoming week. They are on a second bye after that because they get Kent State. And then they get Texas. I brought it up to Jenks. I was like, you can admit you were happy. And he did. He's like, oh, this is good for us. He was happy about it. He doesn't buy it either. He thinks he's like, I've seen Oklahoma do this so many times, and they lie about injuries, and he's going to be on the field. His prediction was he's going to be on the field. I think he's going to be on the field against Texas, Sam. Maybe I'm just trying to go with the positive vibes here. But like, the first report we saw was 3 weeks. That's almost 3 weeks from right now. It wouldn't shock me. Maybe he misses a Texas game or he's back after that. So, okay, let's play this out. You disagree with that? We'll get to that. If he misses one game and it's the Kent State game, is he out of the race?
He's not. But if he misses Texas, that's going to sting.
Mm-hmm.
Although you could shape it a different way. If they lose against Texas and he wasn't out there, how valuable is he? I mean, you could spin it however you want. Here's a text I got from somebody I really trust that covers college football. The hope is Mateer can get back by October 18th for South Carolina, but they won't have a better sense of that until he actually gets the surgery. We'll see. Like you said, I think everybody's guessing. On3 reported 8 things yesterday. I'm really starting to lose my patience.
I want the oppo of whatever they did. Yeah.
I'm really starting to lose my freaking patience with On3. They report 6 things, and then one of them comes through, and they're like, see, we got it. Stop. And then they're not even really breaking the story. They're taking somebody else's scoop and then running with it and adding their flavor to it, and it's really pissing me off. We've talked about On3 a lot. They made me look really stupid when I came on this show and said I don't think Austin Simmons is going to play. And then I went on national television with Bear Bets and said Austin Simmons is in a boot. He's probably not going to play. And then On3's like, oh, he's not on the injury report. Lane Kiffin said he's going to play. Eat my shorts, On3. I'm tired of it. It's been 4 weeks, and I'm tired of it. Let other people do the story. Let them figure it out, and then you can regurgitate it when it's finished. Bad look for them. They reported so many things on Materia yesterday, and they don't know. Like, they don't know because they're not there. It's really starting to bother me, the way that they just take other scoops and then just add their spin to it and keep going until it's right. Oh, Austin Simmons, he's healthy. Oh, wait, he's in a boot. Oh, he's off the injury report. Oh, Lane says he's going to play. Oh, he's out there in warm-ups. He's going to start. He's not going to start. Make up your mind, please.
Clicks. Looking for clicks. If you're fairly new and you're trying to make your name, this is not a way to do it. Misinformation constantly. And yeah, like you said, you throw a million things out there. Yes, eventually one of them's going to hit. As you always bring up, yeah, when you're on mock draft 11.0, you're probably going to get one of the 11 picks right. And to point back to that, it's the same thing in the sports betting world, right? People that pick both sides. See, look, I picked them. Well, it's week 4 and you're on your 6th Super Bowl pick. So, yeah, I mean, like, you covered the top quarter of the board. You're probably going to be right with one of them.
What is the list now? Chiefs, Bengals, Eagles, Packers, Commanders. That is the Super Bowl list as of now?
3 weeks into the season, I think.
Okay. I have one pick. I have Buffalo. I'm probably going to keep my one pick to win the Super Bowl. How about you?
I don't even think I made one. Like, there are division picks, win total picks, awards picks.
Oh, wait a minute.
But as far as the Super Bowl pick,
I'm trying to think about this. I would argue it's better to pick 5 than pick none, I think.
Pick 0? Okay, I'll land on some. All right.
Okay.
I'll land on.
I don't know, Paul. What do you think? Should he pick 1 or should you pick 5? Or pick none or pick 5? I don't know.
I don't think.
I think 5. Yeah, I think at least you got skin in the game, even if it's way too much skin. Here's my question.
I got skin elsewhere. I got enough skin. Now I have Super Bowl skin right now.
All the skin. What's the number on Sam's Buffalo pick versus the field? For you better.
Because the other side is the whole field.
Well, the current field.
No, you get my 1, Nick's 5,
right,
and then the field. That's what you get.
Oh.
Those are your 3 options.
That's a tough one. Yeah, let's look at that and make numbers on it. So what
he doesn't
really
have
good team?
Baltimore. You
Lions?
get Baltimore, Detroit, the Chargers, the Niners, the Vikings.
I don't want Baltimore.
Do you want my Bills or do you want the group of 5?
Let me go over it. Let me look at the entire list. Where's Seattle? What side are they on? They're the field.
Seattle would be the field because nobody has Seattle. At least yet. I mean, we should revisit this in a month from today and see how many teams the list has expanded to.
Sam Darnold, Super Bowl MVP. Just say that out loud.
No. I can't. No. That was one of my 10 toes down that he was going to be terrible. But now I'm like,
that's right.
I don't know.
If you would have done, by the way, I know we're going to wedge in more baseball today because we do have foul territory, and Wednesday is a good day to kind of hit a bunch of different things, including the WNBA playoffs and maybe the Ryder Cup. If you would have bet the Detroit Tigers to not win the pennant, or not win the division, rather, in August, I got some prices on that I'll bring up at 11 o'clock. Man,
Incredible.
minus 10,000 Detroit to win the AL Central in the middle of the summer.
Incredible. And we were hoping that Arizona would win. Jake was right. Arizona wins. But the problem is that the Mets also won last night. So, I mean, there's a lot of movement going on in Major League Baseball. We'll get to that as well. But coming up next, NFL, our buddy Nate Collins drops by. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you on a Wednesday morning. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If you had Rams plus 3.5, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I like the Rams plus 3.5 this week. Feel like the Rams, they'll play the Eagles tough. Like everyone to kind of know, like, hey, like we mean business this year. So I like the Rams in that spot.
Oh man, right, like the whole game, almost the whole game. But then this league decided, you know what? Let's turn these block kicks into touchdowns, and everything's going to go haywire. That's what we saw this past Sunday. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Every Wednesday, Nate Collins from the Greenlight Podcast drops by, Big N98 over on X. I mean, you had it right. You handicapped it correctly. But I think what we're realizing as we go week by week, at least a few weeks in, man, is that the Eagles are not interested in the first half, and then they take over in the second half.
Man, did they ever take over. And as someone who has A.J. Brown on his fantasy team, and literally at halftime of that game, I was looking for someone else in my league to finesse a trade with including A.J. Brown, and then he decided just to take over. So I'm excited for him. Yeah, the Eagles, I don't know what it is. They have to use A.J. Brown more early and often. They have a serious weapon with him, and I don't know if seeing that or seeing what they have with him in this last game, maybe it'll start them earlier throwing the ball to him. But I think the Eagles are a team right now. They're relying on the run, and they obviously have one of the best running backs in the game right now and one of the best running quarterbacks. So you can focus on that, but you got to get the ball to A.J. Brown some way, somehow. You got to get him involved, and this last game was obviously evident of that.
We're burying the lead. Welcome to our life, Mr.
Okay.
Nate Collins. This is what happened. This has been happening to us for 15 years with these beats. I know you're sort of new to the game. That's got to be the worst beat you've ever had, right?
Maybe it's up there. I'm not even gonna lie. I haven't been really into sports betting too much. Up until 4 or 5 years ago when I started with the green light, seriously, but this is probably up there. I'm watching this game and I'm like, yes, this is about to hit perfectly. And that block happened. And I'm just like, no way. And just being a D lineman that's played on field goal block, it's one thing to get through the line. It's another thing to actually block the kick. It's another thing for the ball to bounce the way it did. And then you in stride as how big is Jordan Davis?
330.
But his height wise, he's like 6'5", 6'6", to bend down and to be able to scoop that ball as cleanly as he did in stride. I was just like, this is crazy. And it's something you get wrapped up even with bets and knowing like your bet's about to hit and seeing something like that. It's still exciting. I feel like I call myself a big play junkie. So like for me, seeing that happen, and then if you're an Eagles fan, just being like, we're going to block it or they're going to block this kick, and it actually happened. I know how exciting that is for everyone around, or devastating it is if you're on the other side of it.
To your point about Jordan Davis, so Next Gen Stats put this out there. His top speed on that touchdown was 18.59 miles per hour. 18.59. The fastest speed by a player over 330 pounds since at least 2017, since they started this with Next Gen Stats. Like that's a
ticket in most school zones. That's a ticket in most
right?
school zones going that fast.
Oh my God. Most treadmills don't go that fast. Like I've seen 15. You can't get to 18. Unbelievable.
I think it goes to show just how big and fast some of the guys are on the field. And there's not a lot of times on the football field for the bigger athletes really to showcase that type of speed, unless you're maybe running after somebody, or you get a situation like this where you get a chance to get your hands on the ball and run for a touchdown.
Yeah, he was running like you heard the dinner bell when he was a kid, man. That's what he was running for. Like mom was on the porch ringing the bell, dinner.
Yep.
He just took off, man. Full speed.
Get to it. Or kids when they run to the ice cream truck when you're younger, trying to get there.
What was your ice cream at the ice cream truck?
I was I don't even know the name of it. It's like
Sam was the
the
bubble
cup that has like the little gumball at the bottom.
Yeah. I remember that one.
I can't think of the name of it. I gotta look that up. But I
Choco
used
Taco.
to.
Did you ever go for that?
I did sometimes.
You're talking about the screwball, right?
Screwball.
Oh, that's
Screwball. There we go. Screwball. I used to be
I get
big
the
on
Ninja
that.
Turtle. I get the
Yeah.
Ninja Turtle with the gumball eyes. Before we get too distracted, I want to ask about Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh working together. You knew the tools were there. And if you watched the Rose Bowl many years ago, Oregon against Wisconsin, you saw the potential for Herbert. A mobile kid with a big arm. The coaching, I don't know, was great for him early in his career, and he still put up numbers his first couple of years. But now that he's with Harbaugh, what have you noticed? How is his game differently under center?
For one, their O-line is playing a lot better. And I think this goes for probably any quarterback in the NFL. If you have a solid O-line and you can get through reads, every starting quarterback in the NFL is highly capable of making the passes and the throws that you need to, whether a guy or giving your receivers a chance, whether your guy's defended or not. And that is mainly usually off of how much pressure that you're facing. And I think that the Chargers O-line, they've really stepped up and they're playing like really well. They're also their wide receivers. I don't think Keenan Allen is talked about enough. He's a vet that's been around a long time, and for him to be in there and he's the guy. Like Quentin Johnson, he's doing his thing and he's playing very, very well. But I feel like Keenan Allen is that security blanket, and to have a guy like that in that locker room and with the quarterbacks and the wide receivers, I think they're just a team that you can see they're meshing and they're molding well. And whether it's on their new coach and Harbaugh and Herbert, maybe I just feel like everyone talks about Harbaugh being a coach and how they feel like he's a player's guy, and they just seem like they're clicking. And this is something where it seems like as of right now, it's a happy marriage for them, and hopefully they can keep it going.
With Nick Collins here on Bet Sweats, let's talk about your team, the one that gets you most excited. Team that should probably be 3-0. And you know what? We can ignore the Titans because they are what they are. The coach needs to be fired yesterday. They're a disaster with the penalties and everything. But when you look at the AFC as a whole, like, whoa, people were laughing at the AFC South. Now I think that's as intriguing of a division as anybody. Whether you're talking about your Jags 2-1 could easily be 3-0. This Colts with the firepower on offense that we're seeing, and how terrible the Texans have been. It's completely flipped upside down because the Texans were viewed as a team that was going to win the division, and that is not looking too promising right now. How about those top three teams, AFC South? What are your quick thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I just think that Daniel Jones, there's a clip that's going around of Malik Neighbors talking when Daniel Jones was on the Giants, and I guess a reporter, he had asked, I forget what he has to ask, and he's like, and Malik Jones, like, very definitively is like, it's not the quarterback. He's like, it's not the quarterback. And just seeing the way Daniel Jones is taking a hold of this opportunity and seeing him with, I guess, like, everyone keeps bringing up the fact that he only had Slayton was his top receiver when he was in New York, and now he actually has guys down at the Colts that he's throwing touchdown passes, but he just looks comfortable. He looks good, and just like I was saying before, for most quarterbacks in the league, if they have a pretty decent O-line and yes, chemistry with your offensive coordinator or whoever's calling the plays is a big deal also. But you see what can happen, and Danny right now, Indiana Jones, he's just kind of showing, like, hey, why he was a high draft pick and like why he should be in the league in the position that he's in. And for the Jags, Man, I'm excited about the Jags, even though I just feel like we're playing really stressful ball for fans to watch. Way too many penalties. I don't think that the offense and Trevor Lawrence and the wide receivers fully understand Cohen's offense, and that'll be something that's a work in progress through the year. But too many pre-snap penalties right now. Obviously, Brian Thomas Jr., like, I'm so happy he caught that big pass that ended up helping to win that game. But if he didn't, I don't know if it's the yips. I'm not a wide receiver, so I don't know really what the equivalent for a D lineman would be. Like, what, just getting pancaked like every single play or whatever it is, but just dropping passes. I don't know how you kind of get over that or get out your head, but he just has to figure out a way to do it soon. The Jags, we lead the league in drop passes. And like you just said, we're a team, honestly, that could be 3-0. And knowing that we have all these problems and we're still found a way to be 2-1 and stay competitive, I'm excited. And our defense is playing really well. But yeah, and for the Texans, the Texans, believe it or not, like, their defense is amazing. I don't know what it is. I don't know if Tank Dell, that chemistry and him not being there and them not having Mixon is really the factors for them. And if those two pieces were maybe why they were so good, it's gonna be a long season until those guys get back, because I don't know what to say about the Texans. They play competitively. They have a coach that, he's coaching those guys competitively to go out there and play, and they just can't seem, the games that we've seen them over the past couple of years win, they can't seem to do it this year.
You're a defensive guy. What's up with the Ravens defense?
I don't know. Like, I have that same question, because it's just tough. That's a team that you kind of know as a defense, you really don't have to be the best. Like, you don't have to be the best. You have an offense that's going to get points, that's going to move the ball. So you should go out there and just kind of know, like, hey, if we can at least just hold teams to field goals, like, and not touchdowns, that, like, our offense is going to get points, whether scoring touchdowns or kicking field goals. So I don't know what's up there and what they kind of have to work out. Some of their D-backs have really been not having the best of games. So maybe that's something they have to look into. I know CJ Gardner just popped up on the waiver wire, getting cut down in Houston. So maybe that's something they look into, and maybe we'll hear in the next few days that he gets brought in there. But they have to lock things up a little bit in their secondary.
Nate, this sounds like a crazy question in September, but that Ravens Chiefs loser is going to be 1-3. Is the loser done for the playoffs?
No, just because these guys are both teams that can find a way to sneak into that wild card. It's early, and it's one of those things, like, as much as you want to say, yeah, there's no way, and you look at the stats, these are still two, like, really good teams. And before we know it, even if they lose this game, they can run 5 games in a row and then be over 500 and kind of just in the chase. There's a lot of what ifs right now, but I think this game in the grand scheme, it does matter, but it doesn't. Like, I wouldn't be, if I was on either team, I wouldn't be too discouraged, because I just kind of know what we can do and that we can win games. So that's what you have to start doing, is just start focusing on winning one game at a time.
You have a best bet for us for the weekend?
Best bet, I'm going to go out of the NFL, and I got to be a homer. And UVA, we play Florida State in Charlottesville Friday night. I believe it's 7 or 7:30. It's going to be absolutely electric. The Who's are playing great football. Maybe should be 4-0, but we're 3-1 right now. Tony Elliott. We hired Tony Elliott some years back for points, because Clemson, they were known for just putting up points. And up until this year, it really hasn't been what we wanted. But this year, we got the team. We did well in the portal. I'm excited. FSU, they're having a great season, start the season and knocking off Alabama. But you're coming to Charlottesville this week. And I like Virginia money line, and best believe if you guys are watching the game, look for Big Nate to be on the field, because if we win this game, I am definitely rushing the field for sure. It's going to be a party in Charlottesville. I can't wait.
Oh, man. Sounds fun. Enjoy Friday night. Nate Collins with us every Wednesday of the Green Light Podcast. Also a BetMGM show. Make sure you check out the Green Light Podcast. Joe O, Sammy P, other side. We'll talk Chargers and Ryder Cup with Jeff Feinberg. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you here on Bet Sweats, we've got power rankings coming up in 20 minutes. We failed to mention what we're going to be power ranking today. It is the top 3 future value plays. It could be NFL, college football rather. And what we mean by value is we landed on 15-1 or higher. So if you're looking for a price, we've got some thoughts for you. Each of us have the top 3 that we came up with over there. So looking forward to that coming up. It is wild. Like when you say it out loud, Kansas City or Baltimore are going to be 1-3 at the end of the week, man. I mean, this is 2 teams that were pretty heavy favorites to win their division. We'll talk more about that coming up and throughout the week. But the Chargers have been super impressive. We want to reach out to the biggest Chargers fan that we know, and also a guy that is hyped for the Ryder Cup coming up this weekend. We welcome in Jeff Feinberg at GFeinberg17. What's going on, Jeff?
What's going on, boys? Big week. Super excited. If, it's not too late to throw yourself down half a flight of stairs, then you can be up in bed all week watching the Ryder Cup.
I don't know why, but I have this feeling you've got a bunch of red, white, and blue on right now.
No, I wish you guys could see me. I'm just wearing an American hat because I love you guys. And I'm wearing my new Chargers T-shirt. It's a Madison Beer T-shirt that I ordered off Etsy. In support of the Bolts. So, that's my fault. I guess my microphone kerplunked, so people don't get the pleasure of seeing my new Chargers gear. But yeah, no, I all week I get gear from every Ryder Cup, whether I'm there or not, like for both sides. So I just think it's the best week in golf. I am going to say something crazy. I think it's even better than the Masters.
Wow. Okay. Better than the Masters. Well, what do you think about this number? BetMGM has the U.S. a heavy favorite. Minus 190 is there. Europe over plus 150. Talk about having the home course. Like, what does it mean? If you were to guess, like, what it's worth, what kind of number would you put it at?
Well, I have this battle because I'm not as smart as some of the smartest people. And, the fellows over at, like, Sloan Analytics around 6-7 years ago, they acknowledged this as, like, the biggest home course, home advantage in sport, bar none. I would fight back on that a little over the most recent years, but we know one thing. Europe wins a roadie about once a decade. USA never wins a roadie, right? Like that's what we know. There's so much that goes into the course in terms of the setup and the rough and the tee boxes and the pin placements. And it can sound stupid, but just having a tee box 8 yards, 5 yards further up, further back, it sets up what that second shot is. It's all analytics on who performs from certain ranges and where you want people playing from. It's America, so they're going to have shorter rough and they're going to have really fast greens. But here's the thing. I think in a past life, these teams had very different player profiles. Europeans had Rory, but then it was a team of Sergio Garcias, Lee Westwoods, Ian Poulters, Henrik Stensons, Graham McDowell's, like a completely different, a plotter, an elite high-end plotter, almost like all the super's high-end version of a Russell Henley. Well, America always threw out these bombers, and it would create like 2 different, advantageous course setups. Now, when I look at these rosters, friends, I see 2 teams with almost the exact same player profile. For every bomber America has, Europe has one. Europe has one. So I don't know, like you want to set it up for Bryson? That still works for Rory. That still works for Rahm. That still works for Ludwig. That still works for Victor. I mean, these guys mash, just like Americans mash. So because I feel that the player profiles are so similar, it's about the fans. And I'm going up against it this week. I'm going to call my shot to say that rich Long Island frat boys, with wealthy parents and Wall Street bootlickers paying the prices to get in this week aren't going to dictate the Ryder Cup. I think these 2 teams are very even. I'm taking the plus price. You can't talk me off it.
Wow. So you're a plus 120 BetMGM. That's the move, huh?
on the three-way markets before those two-way markets showed up. So I got like futures at like plus 170, plus 175, plus 160. If there's a tie, I'll get burned. But, the next tie in the Ryder Cup will be the last tie. They will have one more tie, and then they will change the rule like any, sport when something embarrassing or unfulfilling happens. But I'm on Team Europe. I believe – if you watch me week in, week out, there's just too many of my guys on this team. Ludwig, Victor, Tommy, Hatton, Rom, Rory. I want this group of European golfers so badly to get to be remembered in history in the Ryder Cup, and you only get that by winning a road game. It's the only thing that is remembered or truly, legacy stamping is going on the road and winning, and I'm confident that this is the sort of group that can do it.
With Jeff Feinberg here, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. I totally see where you're coming from on that one. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are taking that plus price, Jeff. On the football front, are you annoyed that the Giants pulled the plug? You didn't get to see Russell Wilson. Your Chargers are a 6.5-point road favorite. It seems like everybody, according to all the reports in that Giants building, has been waiting for this moment. They're excited about the idea of Jackson Dart. But on the flip side, we know the history of rookie quarterbacks in their first start. So what are you thinking when it comes to this game?
Well, I have to preface this by saying once upon a time, friends, I made a wish over a delicious Baskin-Robbins birthday cake for QB hell for the Giants post-Eli. And as a Charger fan, I felt like that was my right, and I feel like since those candles went out and since Eli retired, it's been a deserved fate. So is it God's plan that their new fresh face I get the first crack at? Maybe. That's what's about to happen. I wish I got Russ. I did not like seeing the news. That text, it was like a punch to the gut because I wanted that lame duck Russ Wilson quack, quack duck balls. I'm not getting those. But instead, Jesse Minter gets to put a kid into a blender. And I think if the Chargers had a chance of being complacent after 3 straight division wins, I think getting the rookie locks them right back in. So that is a positive. Jim Harbaugh, excellent with these 1 o'clock starts. Maybe that was like a data point of like 20 years ago, football fan, but the Chargers have not struggled, playing on the East Coast under Harbaugh and the disguises that Jesse Minter is going to run. You just look at what Jesse Minter has done through pretty much 20 NFL games, 21 NFL games. There's a specific tier of quarterback that if you are not like top, he will find your floor probably 2-3 times in the game. Jackson Dart's going to wow a few. I have no doubt. He's going to annoy me. He's going to evade something. But there will be multiple times where his floor shows up on Sunday. Jesse Minter does it to guys with way more experience. So I'm excited for those moments.
Rank these teams for me, Jeff. Rank them in order. Chargers, Ravens, Chiefs. 1, 2, 3.
Ravens, Chargers, Chiefs. All right, like what am I rating them on? Like their chance to win at the end, how they are right now? Like I don't know what the poll is.
Yeah, who do you think has the highest ceiling of the 3? I guess that would be what I would be asking. Who do you think could make the Super Bowl in that order?
Oh, I don't even allow my head to go there. I still think it's the Ravens. I mean, I need the Chargers to hold this division, and it's early, and God willing, win that first playoff game because I can't spend a summer of Herbert off with another playoff loss. But in terms of Super Bowl, I'm still gonna say the Ravens top for me.
You got a lot going on because correct me if I'm wrong, but you're still a pretty big Blue Jays fan, right? We got Ryder Cup, we got Chargers, and they're looking awesome. As Herbert is now the 3rd favorite, clear cut in the MVP odds, and then you've got the Blue Jays that are right there about to start the playoffs, right?
Yeah, the Blue Jays they're just melting. I just melted into my couch last night watching them lose and the Yankees walk off. It just feels like there's doom. And I'll tell you, if they don't hold the division, which I don't think they're going to do, I don't even see them winning a wild card game. It would just be such a limp into the playoffs, so demoralizing. They're very lucky for the Mets and the Tigers are sort of taking the public's attention over this, but, you know, like, people want me to be excited about the Chargers having this division lead. Like, of course I am. But I still, like, the Jays had 5 games with, like, 12 to go. And now it's 1 with 5 to go. So, like, if you think I'm confident in the Chargers holding anything, I know one doesn't mean the other, but, like, it flips so freaking quickly. And it only takes, like, an ugly injury or a weak, you know, a flip on both sides on a Sunday, and we're right back to, like, needing must-win situations. So I'm not where, like, the public is, but I'm impressed, and I'm thankful for Coach Harbaugh.
Any bets you know you're going to make for NFL this weekend, Jeff? Anything you really like?
I bet the Patriots, and I also bet the under in the Chargers game. I believe there could be some O-line injuries up front. I think the Chargers, sort of like in that the Raiders game, they were aggressive, but it was almost like, you know, the Raiders were beating themselves, and the Chargers just, you know, Jim Harbaugh's just playing to win a football game. I don't see the Giants getting much done. So I like the under in the Chargers game, and I like the Patriots. It's a weird line, and it's moved up, but Bryce Young played horribly, and they won 27. So, the Patriots burned me so bad last week, but those are the bets that I have going on there. And it's a lot of Ryder Cup bets. And you know what? If I get burned on the Ryder Cup, I've already told myself this is like a responsible degen, because I know, like, pros would never think this way. But, like, I'm just going to win. My baseball futures are going to cash this weekend. If I get killed in football and golf, then I have that pillow to land on. So there's that.
In about 10 seconds, how would you sum up the week you spent with GRP?
Fascinating. I got stopped at customs and had to tell the lady at customs what I did. And after about 90 seconds, I said, I can keep telling you what I was doing in Chicago, but it only gets weirder.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff Feinberg, there's no doubt about that. Best of luck with all your wagers going down this weekend. Power Rankings next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
We are live on X this entire hour. Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SP Shoots. And every Wednesday on the show, we go over our power rankings. So this hour, we are live on X. We will cover live dogs and teasers for week number 4 in the National Football League, and also some of the moves that we are seeing in the NFL and college football cards, respectively. Now, power rankings for this week. We are hunting for value on the board. 15-1 or higher. That's it. If the number is shorter than 15-1, it could not be mentioned during today's power rankings. We're going to stick with NFL and college football, I believe. I don't think we're shooting to any baseball numbers, at least today. We will talk about some baseball with Alana Rizzo of Foul Territory coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern. So, Sam, start us off. Power rankings go from 3 up to number 1. Value plays on futures in football.
All right, so you know how I feel about Miami and college football. You know how I feel about Carson Beck, the offensive line, defensive line, the wide receiver room. The one thing that holds them back, per everybody I talk to, is the head coach, because he failed to take a knee many, many moons ago. I'm over it. I think we all need to get over it. I think this team is too talented to be held back. So Miami is 15-1 to win the national championship. I've got them like 4 points worse than the number 1 team in the country right now. That's where I'm at from a power rating standpoint. So for power rankings, why is Texas 7-1, Georgia 7-1, Miami's 15-1? Oh, because the coach didn't take a knee many years ago. It's just so lazy to me. I love their offense, their defense, their special teams. I think the talent is too good to be held back. And with this bet, all they need to do is win a couple games, and then you can put yourself in a good spot. Do I think they're actually going to win the national championship? Not sure yet. But I think there's a very good chance 11-1, maybe 12-0, at which point 15-1 is long gone, and then you see how the bracket shakes out. But there's no dominant team anymore, Joe. Look at these top 3, 4, 5 teams. They're all separated by a handful of points. Ohio State has a very young quarterback. Texas's offense is a mess. Penn State, what are they on offense? Oregon, Dante Moore keeps beating up on Northwestern and Oregon State. Georgia, secondary, an issue. Every team has a flaw. So does Miami. But Miami has a nice price at 15-1. So that's my first bet. Long shot to like. Number 2, I did finally make a Heisman bet. Once Mateer got hurt, I decided to jump back in with somebody else. And it's not a guy at the top, but he might be at the top relatively soon. I don't know how much Josh Hoover people have seen at TCU. Kid could fling it. Big arm, up-tempo offense. They just went up and down the field with SMU. That team is going to score a ton. And for the Carson Beck stock that I already have, I was waiting to add something else. You had said Mateer 22-1. I didn't do it. I was kicking myself, and then he was 7-1. I'm like, well, not betting the 7. Hoover at 15. Other books have 18. I think this is my second guy. And I'm not going to probably add anything else. Like, I don't want to add 4 or 5 guys. I'm not trying to corner the market, as GRP would say. Just one more bet to feel good about it. Huge arm. I think he's an NFL quarterback, and the offense produces production and points. Go look at his box score last week against SMU and see the potential and the big moments. And they're going to play in a lot of high-profile games where defense is sort of optional. So from a production standpoint and a fireworks standpoint, Josh Hoover is 15-1. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wow, he's really skating close here, because Joe said the parameters are 15-1, and he's giving you 2 15-1s. What a crack. No, all right. How about a 30-1 for you? Understand that I can change my mind on things when injuries happen. I'm not changing my Super Bowl pick, but I'm changing my NFC representative. I came out and said, Bills, Niners, write it down. I didn't know the Niners would be decimated by injuries. You name them, they're hurt. Everybody on the offense outside of McCaffrey. The defense showing some issues now. Bosa is going to be out for the year. I like San Francisco fundamentally. But when you don't have the bodies, what do? So let me add more Bill stock and double down on my stance that the Bills are the team to beat in the NFL. And let's hook them with somebody. Not going to be the Packers. No. Not the Eagles, because it's very difficult to get back. How about an exacta? Buffalo Bills over the Detroit Lions in the Super Bowl. BetMGM lets you do these bets. You can either do the exact matchup or the exact result. I'm going exact result. Not a Bills-Lions Super Bowl. The Bills to beat the Lions in the big game. Josh Allen hoists that trophy and brings it back to Buffalo for the first time. That's a 30-1 bet at BetMGM. I probably should have put it on line 3 or line 2, but because I love the Bills this much, I saved the best for last.
Wow. Okay. You had me on a couple twists and turns on that journey at number 1. When you said 30, I thought for sure he's going Seahawks to win the NFC. And then as you started talking matchup, I'm like, oh, he's going to have a price. Buffalo to beat Seattle in the Super Bowl. And then you land on the Lions. Interesting. I think that's interesting. I heard this week, like, if the Eagles are there, though, who's betting Buffalo? I know some person. Yeah, you are. Who's betting Buffalo? I was like, Sam is.
Me.
Sam is, Nick. He's betting Buffalo. There's no doubt about that. All right, you're in there. Buffalo, Detroit. It's not only the exacta, it's the result too, right?
Exactly.
Buffalo winning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hoover, Heisman, and you got Miami there. All right. I'm going to start off with a Heisman look at number 3 overall. Obviously, you've got the Mateer news yesterday. Let me throw this out there. Like, I was throwing out the idea of him being ready for Texas. Positive vibes today. This is not my angle in power rankings, but let me just throw out there that there's a Mateer 100-1 out there. If you think he's going to be there on the field for the Texas game, would the voters eat that story up? Just saying, just throwing that out there. But I'm going somewhere else. It's a name I brought up a bunch of times. And then we get this news and the number gets shorter. It's still longer than 15-1, but I feel like, okay, let's pull the trigger. I made the case yesterday. Let's do it. It goes from 20-1 yesterday to now 16-1 is the best price in market. Talk about Jaden Maeva of USC. The numbers are there. Okay, poor competition. That's the case for most. But number 1 in the country QBR, number 1 in quarterback rating, number 2 in the country in EPA. So he's already started to impress. The number on him has gotten shorter and shorter, and you can see why. And now you look at the next 3 games. Opponents where he could really put his name out there, really make a jump in the odds, but also I like the matchup. You look at the defense he's facing, like they're not great defenses, and they're kind of name brands. Like, believe it or not, Illinois has been a name brand. They're going to Champaign next. Going again. Did you see what Indiana carved up? How they played that defense. Oh, my God. It was embarrassing. You better get a better effort out of Illinois this week. But, of course, Maeva can do that. Then you get Michigan. People will pay attention because you're going to Michigan. Right after that, you go to South Bend at Notre Dame. Has anybody checked in on the Irish secondary? Not good, man. Next 3 weeks, I think Maeva is going to have an opportunity to be among the top names in the Heisman race. Very short number. So I put him at number 3, 16-1 as my value future play. Number 2 is a play I have not discussed on the show. And it was a guy that I thought in the offseason he might be primed for some regression to the bad side, right? Just because of the touchdowns last year. He is on Sam's favorite team. The rushing yards are up there. The rushing touchdowns, he already has 4. He's tied for the lead with Jalen Hurts. in the league. Why can't James Cook be the offensive player of the year? If he's going to be on the best team, and you rewarded Josh Allen last year with the MVP, I think it's safe to assume they're going to go somewhere else this year, even though Allen is the favorite. We'll see what happens. What about somebody else on that offense that gets credit? The one other constant you have, in addition to Josh Allen, is James Cook. And if he's the bell cow guy again, he's getting all those looks inside the red zone, why not at 25-1? If the numbers are there, I could see it. He got his contract in the offseason, and he's still producing. So Cook at 25-1. I've talked a lot about JSN. Yeah, I bet it at 50. I'm not going to give it out at 35 when we were talking about it at 50 in that 60 range. So I think James Cook is an interesting look. Number one, go back to my favorite awards market. Can't talk about Dart anymore because those 25s are long gone. But there's another guy with value down the board that got his first real opportunity to produce over the weekend, and he did in a tough matchup against Green Bay. Quinshon Judkins is 20-1 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I thought it was going to drop a whole lot more. It was 20 at a lot of books on Sunday morning, and he goes for 94 yards and a touchdown on 18 carries, and it's still 20-1 at some books. That's wild to me. In a wide open race, Judkins gets in his first real go at it. Like, he had limited snaps the previous week, but he gets the start. He gets almost every carry. 19 rushes out of Cleveland. 18 of them went to Judkins, even though his snap count, he was out there about 55% of the time. So when he's out there, the ball's going to Judkins. Snap count almost doubled. So what's it going to be like moving forward? I would think he's going to get even more love. Sam, you watched that entire game. You were surprised he didn't get more touches, but he was very productive in the 18 that he did get, 18 rushes against a very good defense. So I'm going Judkins, Offensive Rookie of the Year at 20-1, James Cook, Offensive Player at 25-1, and Maeva 16-1 for Heisman. What do you think?
I like that list. Really, you're trying to find the next Heisman parachute, because there's going to be somebody in that 15 to 20 range that is going to end up being 10. And it could very well be USC's quarterback. If they go into Champaign and lay one on, and I know there's a lot of this right now in this space. Well, Illinois will bounce back. Illinois just had its soul ripped out of its body. And now you have a bunch of guys in the secondary banged up. I see 4 guys on the injury list. And then you have another guy, is it Miles Scott, who's going to miss the whole first half because he had a targeting and he's not going to be out there for the first and second quarter. This is shooting fish in a barrel for USC's offense. And you notice that number is getting up there. The look-ahead number was 1.5 on USC Illinois. Now it's 6.5. What did you like about Illinois? What's getting you excited to take the points with because it's an early kickoff. Oh, got it. Oh, it's a 9 a.m. kick. Right, because USC can't wake up early and dominate that ass. Yeah,
the more you look at it, I know. My first thought was, Illinois getting a touchdown at home. They'll show up in some sense, right? Bielema will have them ready. And then the more you hear about the state of that secondary and you look at this matchup, Lincoln Riley, I don't know, man. It might be ugly again.
It's a front-running team, a lot like their front-running fans. They have to play from ahead. They can't play from behind. It's like the Indianapolis Colts. When we finally see Daniel Jones go down 14-0, that's going to be a different team. And if USC sets the pace here, you need an offense that's very, very conservative to open everything up and start throwing the ball around. And that's not what they do. That's not Bielema ball. Bielema wants to go up 7-0, sit on it, grow the lead, run the ball, play good defense. USC's like, we're throwing for 400. So this is a mashup of styles. And if USC gets its way, yeah, of course, they're going to have an opportunity to put up some points here. You've done pretty good with the Heisman too. You keep picking the right guys. Just need him to stay healthy.
We'll see. We had this conversation yesterday. For those that weren't with us, I'm torn on Maeva and Aller, and you make a good case for Aller. If he has a big weekend, he's going to be there. He's going to be in that conversation, especially Mateer out. Yeah.
I think Penn State's defense is going to stuff Dante Moore in a locker, though.
And that run game, dude. That's a good matchup for them. I don't know. Felder told us Penn State is no good, so I can't wait to see what happens as far as that result goes. Ah, man, good weekend in college football. Joe O, Sammy P, Live Dogs and Teasers on the other side, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
USC quarterback Jaden Mayava. Now, Jaden Mayava, from a statistical standpoint, he checks all the boxes. Week one, and they've played jabronis, so like that also has to factor in. But I'm just looking at like he's not the only Heisman Trophy winner who's played jabronis. I just told you Bryce Young had a 34.1 QBR performance against Mercer. Like, it's college football. Week one, week two, you get a lot of guys who play jabroni teams. But Mayava has taken advantage of that. Week one, his QBR, 96.8. Week two, QBR, 96.7. That is what you want to look for with a future Heisman Trophy winner. Now, the team success is where this could get tricky for USC. Over at BetMGM, the Trojans have an updated win total of 8.5. Now, we just got done saying you need to be on a team 10 plus wins. And if you're not winning 10, the cutoff is 9-3, and you better put up some sick stats to win the award. Maybe Mayava can put up some sick stats, man. 96.8, 96.7. We're off to a pretty good start, aren't we? Even though it was against like Georgia Southern and Montana State, we're still off to a pretty good start, must admit. I would say this, though, about USC and about Mayava's case. The thing that he has working in his favor is that
good snap, good hold. The kick is on the way. The kick is good! The kick is good! And Andre Schmidt from 55 to give the Browns a 13-10 win!
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, we got some dogs this weekend. Finally happened. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. We're going to cover some live dogs and teaser options in week 4 of the National Football League coming up in just a moment. We are live on Twitter, live on X, Bet_Sweats this entire hour. If you're checking us out, maybe for the first time over there on X, like what you see, we are here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. The whole show airs live on YouTube. You just go to the BetMGM Network page, and for the audio, go to BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. It's easy. You can listen on demand from there as well, or just subscribe to the podcast. I'm glad we played that Cleveland highlight, Sam, because that was the first number I was staring at this morning. And I'm not saying that it doesn't mean I won't have any Lions in Survivor. And it's probably easy to say after the Browns pull off the upset over the weekend against Green Bay, something not a lot of people saw. You guys saw the value in the dog, and you figured that they were live in the game. We have almost the same number as last week. That was at home. It was about 8.5 against Green Bay. Now they hit the road, and it's 9 in Detroit against a Lions team. It's going to be a short week, but they looked great Monday Night Football. You can say, is there a letdown and a shorter week to prepare? Whatever. You can have whatever angle you want. Just big picture-wise, and maybe it's not going to happen this week. Boy, if you're going to give me more than a touchdown with the Browns, which looks like at this moment the best defense in the NFL, they're going to be live most weeks to win games. I mean, that's just how I look at it. I'm not saying that they're going to stop this Lions offense, and it's always tough to play them on the road. But, man, I think the Browns are going to be a repeat visitor to this live dog segment.
You should start there. That's where I started last week. And let me be completely honest with you. I fully expected to lose 10-0 on Sunday. I
was getting there. It was there.
Like if I told you the Packers were going to score 10 points and I wouldn't cover, what would you say? Because that's the way some of these games have gone for me so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
Getting 8, down 10-0. And Stefanski's like, all right, we're going to punt it. We're at the Green Bay 38. Let's punt it. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? But it worked out. I don't know how. Somehow it did. Cleveland has played in the following games so far this season. 17-16, 13-10, and then you look at that middle game against Baltimore. Oh, well, they lost 41. It was 10-3 at half. They were right there. And then they got Lamard in the second half, and they also had a defensive touchdown, Baltimore did. And then Stefanski decided, I'm going to go for this 4th down in my own territory and not going to get it. So that got away from Cleveland. Of course, you tell the whole story. They're, 2-1 ATS with a 24-point loss. But if we were going to take the 3 games and break it down quarter by quarter, 12 quarters, I checked with Michael Felder, 4 times 3, 12. They've fought for 10 of 12 quarters, right? I I mean, they've been in 10 of 12, maybe even 11 of 12 quarters. So when you throw out a number of 9, I'm definitely attracted to the dog. We are dog players, and I am not afraid of an ugly dog. So let me match your Cleveland thought with my favorite dog this week. That everybody keeps saying you can't do it. You can't bet it. The coach needs to get fired. They're the worst team in the league. But they're facing a Texans team that has no semblance of protection on the offensive line. How can you lay 7 points with a team that can't protect the pocket? Can't run block, can't pass block. You've talked about C.J. Stroud regressing. I think there's a combination theory there where he's regressed, but also he has no time. He takes a snap and there's a guy in his face. And if there's one thing Tennessee's really good at, defensive line. Mucking things up in the trenches. That's why I bet Cleveland last week. I'm like, well, you get Cleveland's D-line against Green Bay's O-line. And Green Bay was already hobbled, lost another guy inside that game. It was Myles Garrett and Mason Graham. Keeping the game close enough. Keeping the team within striking distance. And then you let Jordan Love screw the game up by himself. Throw the ball to the other team. With a lead in the fourth quarter. I just need the Titans to not quit. That's really the battle. That's the handicap. Are they going to quit? Are they going to fight? And I think seeing that Houston offensive line is going to rile them up maybe one more time. And then if they lose 31-3, then they're dead. Then the coach gets fired, and then it's over. And then you're going to be getting 10 points, 13 points a week with Tennessee. And then you really need some stones to bet them after this week. But I think 7's the play. And I do think eventually you're going to see a bet at 7. You're going to see people maybe tomorrow or Friday come in and take 7 and move this to 6.5. And the 7 is so important here, Joe. It really is. That's why I bet the Browns at 8 this time last week. That's why I'm betting the Titans. I actually gave the Titans out yesterday as a lightning bet. How are the Texans laying points? How are they laying 7 to that point?
I love this because I think if you do a live underdog show with most people, whether it be on this network or some other network, oh, I like this team. They're +1. Oh, how about this one? +1.5. No, we're coming out with a 9, a 7, and now I got a 7.5. Let's go to Monday Night Football. Why are the Broncos favored by 7.5? Why are the Broncos favored by 7.5? Somebody riddle me this.
Because the Broncos
got their
had
ass
a good
whooped
season last year. The Broncos were good last year. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all, man. Look, Cincinnati looked awful without Burrow. We all understand what happened. But we're flipping that much? We went from Jake Browning is not a bad backup. Jake Browning's won games. He has weapons to, nope, we got to make a trade. You got to bring in a different quarterback for Cincinnati. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. First off, the team that's favored by more than a touchdown, their only win is against Tennessee, where they looked terrible, and maybe against the worst team in football. And then after that, they lose at Indianapolis, giving up a ton of points. And then last week, they lose a tight game at the Chargers, sitting 1-2. They could easily be sitting here 0-3. And then I think this is a very different point spread than the 7.5. This is a total overreaction. If you look at last week, yes, that was brutal, but it got away from Cincinnati early. It was 34-3 at halftime. Isaiah Rodgers had 2 fumbles that he returned for touchdowns. I don't think that's going to happen for the Broncos defense. Maybe it will, and I'm completely wrong. But I don't expect that to happen. And this Broncos defense does not look like the same defense it did a year ago. And you have those 2 terrific wideouts on the outside for Browning. We're going to get a much better effort. I think Cincinnati's live in this game. There is no chance I'm putting any of my survivor plays on the Broncos, even though they're favored by 7.5.
Understand it. And I'm looking at some of the early move in this game, and you're seeing not much on the total or the side. So as I'm saying, I'm looking at the movement. There's been no movement. But there's an appetite for Denver because Cincinnati just got pounded on the road in Minnesota. but how many times are you going to have the same player score a defensive touchdown twice? That was a very, very strange result, and Minnesota just cracked the belt the whole game. Minnesota's not that good. I can say that because I have Minnesota to make the playoffs. They're not that good. So you can't get jaded by what you've last seen. In terms of looking at potentially a teaser to look at, I don't know why you don't just go to Kansas City, catching 2.5 at home and jack them up through 3, 7, and 8. So I get the Chiefs at plus 8.5. I'm guessing Xavier Worthy's going to play in this one. And we've also seen a Ravens team that just can't finish. So I don't think that teaser backdoor ever really closes. Are the Chiefs really going to be down by more than 14 at home? I don't see it. So then the backdoor is always open. If they're down 14, you get in the end zone, you're down 7, you cover the teaser. I think that's a pretty decent leg. And then I'm hoping this build continues against Atlanta, because Atlanta lost 30-0 last week. Have you heard that? Did you read the papers? Do you even read the papers anymore? Do you read it online?
No, I watched the game.
Anyways, Mariota probably going to start again. I mean, the market says Jaden Daniels is out, but I'm not in a rush because I think there's a chance that you might get more Washington money and knock this to 2.5, at which point I could then take Atlanta off an embarrassment of a football game against Carolina. And now Michael Penix is a bust, and now the offense doesn't have a clue. Okay, that's how you want to handicap the NFL. You're going to get in trouble just basing things on what you saw last weekend. I'm hoping for 2.5 so I could get the Falcons up to 8.5 at home.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of that. The first two I wrote down is Atlanta and KC. I think those are very good plays. Yeah. First two I wrote down. There's a third one that I think we can make a case for. I know people will say Denver. I'm not interested. Again, I explained why. Yeah, because of the 7.5. No. Green Bay. Green Bay -1. Yeah. But I like the Packers in the game. So am I going to throw them in a teaser as well? Probably not, but it makes sense. The Micah Parsons game, off a bad performance, no defense. What is that offense going to do? I think they're going to have a big game. Let's check out the state of the offensive line with the injury report this week. But that would make sense to me. I mean, Dallas, every game they're in, it's going to be an over. So you're asking the Packers just to go to Dallas and win this game. I think they can. We saw Dallas not play great at home a few weeks ago against the Giants, so that one makes sense. I think those are your three main options: Atlanta, KC, and Green Bay this week.
For teasers, yes. I would agree with that.
Yes. Yep.
You're going to see somebody, though, tease Buffalo from 16.5 to 10.5 and think that's a good bet. Mathematically, it's not, but it could win because Buffalo could win 31-7, and then look at my teaser, tease it down to 10.5. Back to live dogs. I mean,
yes,
I would think this is going to be a popular live dog. So let's have the conversation whether we like it or not. That's Tampa Bay at home catching 3.5. You're going to see a lot of support there because Baker's playing at a very high level. Their offense is humming. Now, Mike Evans out, right? 3-4 weeks. So
yes,
that changes the target share, obviously, but you still got a bunch of weapons there. They're very confident about their offense. Their line, though, here's my big pause in this game. This is going to be a very long afternoon for the Tampa Bay offensive line, which is as banged up as it gets. No team, no defense really has been able to take advantage of that. Here's Jalen Carter. Here's Jordan Davis. Here's the pass rush. I think Tampa Bay is going to be a public dog, probably not a live dog. That's how I feel, at least on Wednesday.
I don't have an opinion on the game, but if the injury report is similar to what we saw last week, Tampa Bay had so many offensive line penalties. If you're giving 10 free yards at a time to the Eagles, you have no chance in the game. So that injury report is going to be massive for them. Not one that I that I wrote down. What about the dart move? Is he live? Like, we talked to Chargers superfan Jeff Feinberg, and he was pissed about the Russ news. I was very curious. Was he going to be pissed or was he going to be happy? Because rookie quarterbacks in their debut don't have great history. But this number is 6.5. Giants are a home dog at that, going up against the Chargers. There's going to be a lot of life in that building. And I'm talking about the Giants building and the stadium. So that's what situations like that, those scare me a little bit. And if Dart is smart, he's just going to find a way to keep finding neighbors, something that Russ was not doing on Sunday night.
Turnovers are going to decide that game. Hell, turnovers decide most games. Who turns it over less? I could see Dart taking some chances here, trying to show what he's got. Chargers are up like 4. Pick 6. Chargers win by 11 or whatever.
Cover.
I'm just very scared about that. I like the 2 we started with for live dogs: Cleveland, Tennessee, and I'll tell you what, Chicago's going to go off the favorite in this game.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
I know it's not ballsy or bold to say Vegas is a live dog at +1, +1.5. I see a lot of the Vegas books. Vegas -1, BetMGM, Chicago -1. Bears are going to close the favorite, and I will probably not bet the Bears.
The Colts number has gone from 4.5 to 3.5, so they're popular this week as well. Maybe a live dog. We'll talk about some of those moves on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll talk some baseball coming up top of the hour. Alana Rizzo, Foul Territory, will hang out. College football next hour as well. Thor Nystrom will be here. We are live on X this hour. Bet_sweats, bet_sweats. It's Sammy P and Joe Ostrowski. We'll talk about some line moves coming up here. I wanted to throw something your way because I'm genuinely curious where you stand on this. And I've heard this conversation in years past, and I don't really know what the correct answer is. And we've talked a little bit about it. Contests. So I think we can all agree that there's a little bit of tipping culture that has gotten completely out of hand, like everything we do in life. It's like, boom, there's the screen. Here's 20%. And let's start there for whatever it is. You're just paying for your groceries. Here, tip 15%. It's like, what? I bagged your groceries. Like, it's just gotten so out of control. In Vegas, where you lived for a short period of time, it's more prevalent. It's with everything. And I know there are complaints about that, but now it's just everywhere with everything that you do. Where do you stand when it comes to winning contests? Like, I've heard people that were in the Circa contest, Circa Survivor, and they were in it, and they kind of started to wonder, wait, I might win $1 million. Like, what do you tip to your proxy, the person that enters the pick for you every single week? Like, depending what they're doing, like in life, there are certain percentages. Like, we all can somewhat agree in a restaurant with a server, or you're going up to the bar, what standard is. But there are other things in life you're like, I have no idea. And if we're talking about a lot of money, like, is it really going to be 5 to 10%? Like, where do you stand on that with what you would tip in a contest that you were to win?
Without thinking much about it,
yeah,
I would say if I won $1 million, I'd probably start at 25,000.
25 grand. Okay.
I think it's a good place to start, and maybe that's a little high. But
yeah, maybe. Well, remember, okay. Did you say $1 million?
If I win $1 million, yeah, 25,000 is a good place to start. I mean, I'm not giving 100. I'm not giving 10% of my pot to the
That's
box.
my point. Well, and then let's also keep in mind you didn't win $1 million because Uncle Sam just took half. You know what I mean?
Close to it, right? Close to it for sure. I think the general rule of thumb would be 10%. 10%. Okay. But that's in a contest where you win, 2,000. So you rip off, a little bit of that. The issue is when you're winning $500,000, $1 million, 20 million, like say Chirizi, Beef, and I take down the Survivor and we win $18 million. I'm very sorry, Vegas Maddie, you're not getting 10% of $18 million. It's not happening. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
So I think it's a moving target. I mean, in a little pool, if I bank 1,800, okay, I'm more than okay giving away 10% of that because it's not a lot of money, and I don't know, like maybe I'm outing myself here, but I don't think 10% is the blanket when the numbers get so massive, because they should get something. Of course.
Correct.
You know me.
Correct.
You've been out with me. You get something.
Yes.
You get something.
Yes.
But when we're in the 6 figures and 7 figures, I don't think it's responsible on your end, the player, the winner, to give blanket 10% of that. That's insane.
Yeah, it was my dream, not your dream. Like, yes, you did your job. You made the picks for me, and I appreciate that. And I will take care of you, but it doesn't mean you get 10%. Like, that's crazy. Everybody's asking for 10% then. It came to mind because the baseball pool came to a close, and I don't care. I don't care if it's 0. I really don't, because my work is before the pool gets going for most of it. For the pools that I run, it's getting it going. Okay, we're up and running first week. Everybody got their picks in, and then it's kind of automated after that. And it's not too much. Depending on the pool, sometimes I'll write reviews on a week-to-week basis, but whatever. It's not huge. This year in baseball, Cody Westerlin did it for me because I was like, it's just too much over the summer. Then into football season to do the reviews, I'll take care of the payments and all that. But it just the difference that you see is interesting. I got a 1% tip. I was just like, I'd rather you not give me anything. Yeah, I'd rather have 0 than a 1%.
Oh, what's the pot? What was the pot?
There was a tie for first place. There were 2 guys that made it to the very end, and they both got their third strike because at that point you are using every team up, and they both had to use Colorado at that point, and then they both lost in that last week. But they each got $9,000 for first.
Oh yeah, you're getting 900 from me.
Oh, 900.
Easy. Yeah, no questions.
I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting. But but I'm also the guy that's like, man, it's just too much. Like, God, everything's overpriced anyways, and now I got to tip you like on top of everything that we do. It's at a point where I'm going to pick up food. It goes through my mind. Wait, they don't like make me feel bad if I don't tip. They don't have the screen that pops up. They actually charge me what they're charging me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to go like extra and feel bad. I'm like, oh yeah, you made my sandwich. Okay. Here's 15, 20% for making the sandwich, which you're paid to do, like kind of a thing.
But if somebody's running a contest or putting in picks for a contest, it's a different conversation than putting mayonnaise and mustard and slathering it on a piece of bread. And I tip a couple bucks in the jar.
Yeah, so do I.
Don't get me wrong. But I go to bars. I'm different. I go to bars, and if I open up a tab, I put a 20 under the card and give it to them right away. Because then odds are good if the bar gets packed, they're going to come to me before they go to somebody else. We've talked about this before. So you got a $90 tip on a $9,000 win, huh?
Basically.
Wow.
But I genuinely don't care, but I just thought it was interesting because the other person was more along your line of thinking.
So it evened out.
You know. Yeah. It totally.
You got a 5%. You got a 5% tip total.
Yeah, about
1 in 10.
Something like that.
Coming together. All right.
But like, I don't think there's any hard and fast rules on betting and contests and, people that, so it's very different. And I think people genuinely don't know what to do. Like, I know I'm supposed to do something, but I don't know what, like, what's the right number? And you don't ask them. Like, if you ever ask Maddie and Tony, if you take it down, like, what should I tip you? What do you normally get? Like, that's an uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, they wouldn't respond. I think Maddie and Tony would just say whatever you feel is right, which makes it even weirder then, because if I don't give what they think is right, then I'm scum. Not that I'm scum. Although some would say. I do, before we move to Thursday night, what a caption if you're watching on YouTube, X, Twitch. Brian Gertch hitting the no Pippen on the lower third. I have plenty of Scottie Pippen stories I can share. Maybe now is not the time.
But you know what? Isn't Jordan it's funny that Pippen gets the rap, but I feel like I've heard stories like Jordan and Tiger in a similar vein, right? Like they're not the biggest tippers.
Well, Jordan just wouldn't pay at all.
Okay, that's worse.
I mean, yeah, no doubt. Pippen would get I had people that used to wait on Pippen. They'd give a $600 tab and he'd leave like $20. But Jordan, the famous Jordan story I got was when he was gambling with somebody at Olympia Fields and they were playing like $1,000 a hole. And Jordan got worked. So, okay, say Jordan won 3 holes, the other guy won 15. That's 12,000. Jordan went into his car, signed a couple of basketballs, flipped them to the guy and said, "Here you go, sell these." Like at the peak of his career. These are stories. Like I've heard plenty of stories like this. The guy I know that beat Jordan in golf tells the story all the time. It's like, yeah, I thought I was going to get a fat stack of hundreds, and I got 2 signed basketballs.
What's worth more? Probably the basketballs, especially now.
I don't
Might
know.
be.
The point is,
I know. Pay your debt,
the balls you have to not pay the cash and sign the basketballs instead is wild.
Yep. Got away with it forever. All right. Did you want to do some of these moves here or Thursday?
Yeah,
Seattle,
let's talk
Arizona.
Thursday. I mean, we have to like Seattle, right? I mean, we can't sit here and talk about Seattle division on your end, looking at Seattle down the board NFC 30-1 to make a run and then see what happens. And then go, oh, I like Arizona on Thursday night.
Yeah.
I'm not there. I love this defense. I don't love road teams on Thursday night, so I'm not like super drawn to the Seattle side. But for me, it's Seattle or pass. The line opened 1. Now we're 1.5. The total hasn't really budged. 43.5. That's the current number at most places. Superbook and South Point are 43. Pinnacle and Chris are 43. But most books are 43.5. Very little line movement here. I'm drawn to Seattle big picture because of their defense, and I think Darnold is just fine as a regular season quarterback. And I'm not there on Arizona. Although you're going to see some support for sure for a home team catching one.
Yeah, and if you look at Thursday night football, McDonald's not the first time he's dealing with this. He dealt with this a couple of times last year. So in the Thursday games for Seattle last year, it was a loss to San Francisco, 36-24. And do you remember that legendary game at Soldier Field late in the season, week 17, 6-3? The Seahawks and the Bears. So those were the two Thursday night games. Yeah, he understands the quick turnaround. He's dealt with this in the past. And you look, we can't sit here and promote Seattle love or surprising at how strong that they've started the season. And then also, hey, they're going against Arizona, a team that you want to sell, a team that covered but did not win last week against San Francisco. And then, oh, I'm in on Arizona. Wait, you just hated them. And you're liking Seattle. That doesn't make any sense. So coin flip scenario, of course, we're going to be landing on the Seahawks side. So we'll have a full breakdown on that matchup coming up on the show tomorrow. If you've been watching on Twitter, check over to YouTube or go to BetMGMNetwork.com for the final hour of the show. All right, we're going to get to some baseball. We failed to do that. A lot of exciting races. Alana Rizzo will talk about it from Foul Territory on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
2-1 to Arias. Slow chopper to first. That'll get the go-ahead run home. 3-2 Cleveland, and a ball still has not left the infield. Caught. Book it. From impossible to first place.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Just a sliver of the impactful results from last night in Major League Baseball. This is Bet Sweats. Joe O. Sammy P. with you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Every Wednesday, we're lucky enough to have someone from Foul Territory checking in, and it's Alana Rizzo's day here on the show. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Lana, we don't even know where to start. You can go Detroit, Cleveland, New York Yankees are now in. Boston is still sweating. We've got the Diamondbacks. Okay, they win. They beat the Dodgers. Oh, but the Mets won, so we're still a game back. Like, there's so much going on. What is top of mind for you? Which race, whether wild card division, are you paying closest attention to?
I'm paying really close attention, of course, to what's happening in terms of the NL West with whoever's going to win that division. Is it going to be the Los Angeles Dodgers? Do they hold on? And I'm also paying attention, guys, of course, to the AL East. Congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays and the New York Yankees. I originally thought that only 2 teams from the AL East were going to get in, and I might still be correct. But I thought the 2 teams were going to be the Toronto Blue Jays and the Boston Red Sox. I was counting out the New York Yankees, but they did, in fact, as you know, clinch a postseason berth. What's so crazy about this situation is 2 weeks ago, we thought we had it all figured out, right? We figured, oh, it's pretty clear cut. There's no real drama. We know exactly who's getting in. This is kind of boring. And now it seems like over the course of this last week, every game means so much, and it is so unbelievably significant. I was having a conversation with both Met and Tigers fans about what is more unbelievable, the Mets collapse or the Tigers collapse, or if you can look at the other side of the coin, the Guardians surge. And I have to look at it one of 2 ways. As far as the as far as the Tigers are concerned, I think that is a more problematic fall from grace than the Mets, just because the Tigers had such a magnanimous lead. 2 weeks ago, they had an 11-game lead in the division, whereas the Mets, yes, they have the huge payroll, but I've said this time and time again with big market teams and big money teams, money buys you good players. It doesn't buy you wins, and it doesn't guarantee wins. And I think what the Tigers are doing and the Guardians are doing far more significant than what the Mets are doing, still hanging on to that final wild card spot in the National League.
Right, and the Mets are supposed to be in the playoffs. The Tigers had a win total of 83.5. So Vegas thought they were going to be basically an above average team at the slightest. Like, that was the projection, 83.5 wins, play 162 games. That's basically 500. But I can tell you from a math standpoint, and you're talking to 2 math nerds, the Detroit Tigers during the All-Star break were minus 10,000 to win the division. So you had to bet 10,000 to win 100. That's how decided of a favorite they were at the All-Star break. On the flip side, Cleveland Guardians were 150 to 1, which implies a 0.66% chance that they'll win the division. And here they are, Alana.
It's so insane to think that. I mean, I never in a million years would have thought either of those odds would have been possible in terms of the fact that nobody thought the Tigers were going to do anything. And here they are, almost, they're certainly playing for their playoff lives. And I don't know what's more interesting, guys. I don't know if the Tigers collapse or the Guardians surge is more interesting. And you have to think at some point the Guardians are going to stop winning. Is it going to be when they get into the postseason? And what happens moving forward? Does AJ Hinch lose his job because of the Tigers collapse? I hope not. He's not the one blowing saves. He's not the one not hitting. He's not the one not throwing strikes. But it's just an unbelievable final week of the season where I never in a million years would have thought that the Arizona Diamondbacks were still alive here on September 24th, that the Cincinnati Reds are still playing for their playoff lives, that the Red Sox may not make it. The way that the Red Sox went into the All-Star game and even coming out of the break, scuffled a little bit, but they've been pretty good in the second half of the season. Never in a million years would I thought that the the Astros and the Mariners would be going like this, jockeying for position. So it's been a ton of fun to watch. But if you're on the fringe, if you're on the outside looking in right now, it's terrifying.
Covering baseball for your career, I'm curious where you stand on this, because I'm sure you've heard the opinion on it every which way, and that's momentum. Because we can relate it to these teams that appear to be falling apart, others possibly surging, making their way into the playoffs. You can find a player that'll say, oh, momentum's huge. In a game, in a season, it flips like that, and you can feel that energy. And sometimes you go to a manager, you go to some other analyst, and they'll say, momentum is tomorrow's starting pitcher. Yeah, they can talk about that all they want. It's about who's going on the bump tomorrow. Where do you stand on momentum?
I think if you are the Guardians right now, you really believe in it, right? I don't think they think that they can lose. And that's a great feeling to be in. The problem with baseball, not the problem, but one of the challenges of this great game of ours is that I don't believe this is a sport where you can flip the switch. This is not a sport where you can just be like, you know what, we're going to start playing right now. We're going to start playing really, really well right now. And we're going to start throwing strikes and we're going to start hitting the ball, hitting the cover off the ball. Baseball doesn't work that way. And with 162 games over the course of a regular season, it always comes down to who is the hottest team, who is the healthiest team at the right time. And right now, that's the Guardians. If you look at, for example, the Los Angeles Dodgers, they finally have all of their starting pitchers healthy and available, whereas they haven't had that up until like 3 weeks ago. But the bullpen is horrendous. So if that bullpen doesn't get it going, which again, this is a tough, it's a tough thing to just flip the switch. The Dodgers are not going to go far into the postseason. You have to have a good bullpen. So I believe in momentum if like the Guardians they feel invincible right now. I would imagine that the Tigers are not sleeping and that they're wound incredibly, incredibly tight. And for example, another guy that, is wound incredibly tight is Tanner Scott. Those types of situations, that type of hole is difficult to dig yourself out of.
Are the Mets making it? Yes or no?
Yes, the Mets will make it. I do think
sure?
they'll make it. I just think I do. I think the Mets make it. I think it's just for the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Cincinnati Reds. I just think it's just too long of a stretch of things to overcome. I think the Mets make it, and I do think that the Red Sox make it. Even though I said only two teams were getting in at the beginning, I do think the Red Sox make it.
Okay, so that was an easy question for you to answer. Here's a tough one. The market says that this is a literal coin flip. And you know where I'm going here. American League MVP. Aaron Judge has been unbelievable. Cal Raleigh does it all. Hits for power, runs the pitching staff, calls the game, runs the defense. Vegas says it's a coin flip. BetMGM says it's a coin flip. Who do you got?
I'm taking Cal Raleigh. It's been my pick all season long as they've gotten into the MVP conversation. The reason being for all the reasons that you just said, plus don't forget he's a switch hitter. This is a guy that has meant more, in my opinion, meant more to the Mariners than Judge has meant to the Yankees. And I know that sounds ridiculous because of who Aaron Judge is. But the year that Cal Raleigh is having is a historic season for any position, let alone a catcher. We will never see, in my opinion, a season like this again from a starting catcher. Aaron Judge is so talented that he could very well repeat this feat again. But Cal Raleigh, the Mariners are in no way in the position that they are in without Cal Raleigh. And to me, that's what most valuable means. It means that all of the things that you suggested, the way he manages the pitching staff, the way that he, obviously the only person on the field that's involved in every single play. Obviously, the power is there. I think what's going to hurt him, obviously, is the average and the OPS when it comes to pairing up against Aaron Judge. We'll see numbers like this from Judge. We'll never see numbers like this again from a catcher. And I just think that he's more valuable to the Mariners than Aaron Judge is to the Yankees in this season in particular. So if the odds are a coin flip, I'm going with Cal Raleigh.
With Alana Rizzo, Foul Territory. Check it out. Weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. There's one team that I don't think we've mentioned They're right there, but they're also going through a rough patch right now. Houston. Where are you with Houston? They are one game back in the wild card, and because it's Detroit, Cleveland facing off, they're kind of in the background right now. What about the Astros? Do you think they can make it?
I don't here's the problem with the Astros, and I've done this a million times. Every year, I feel like the Astros. Okay, maybe this is the one year that they don't make the postseason because you think about all that they lost. Right, Kyle Tucker is no longer in there with the Astros. Obviously, Kyle Bregman is no longer there. They had Yordan Alvarez for the majority of the season. Now his ankle's all messed up again. They've had a lot of key injuries to key pieces, but they've had two of their most offensive weapons gone. But then you get Carlos Correa back. He seamlessly fits right back into third base. When Carlos Correa left, Jeremy Pena went right over to the shortstop position, and he was fine. This is a team that doesn't ever seem to rebuild. They just reload. And every single time I count the Astros out, here they are. I think this is the one year that finally Seattle has more of a complete team and more of a well-balanced team than the Astros do. If the Cleveland Guardians keep playing the way that they're playing and assume that the Red Sox don't lose either, I think the Astros are the team on the outside looking in.
Phillies are favored right now at BetMGM to win the whole thing. Then the Dodgers, then the Mariners, then the Brewers. I don't think anybody saw that coming in spring training. Maybe the Dodgers you saw, but the Phillies on top, Seattle, Milwaukee. This is what baseball loves, the parity, the fact that a lot of teams could sneak in, get hot. We have to put you on the spot, Alana. We have to ask about your World Series prediction. I mean, we're not going to talk to you before we get to the playoffs, so we need the goods.
Yeah, this is the one year, guys, I think in recent memory that there's not a team of the 30 that is out by and large a better team than anybody else. I think there's more parity in baseball this year, certainly in the National League, than there has been in a very long time. There is not a clear-cut favorite. I'm not surprised that the Phillies are up there. I'm certainly not surprised, obviously, with the talent and the experience and the money that the Dodgers have, that they're up there. I am surprised certainly about Seattle, because this is when Seattle always collapses, right? This is when, at this time of year that they either miss it by a game or will get in and get bounced in the first round. I just don't see them as moving on to win the World Series. I'm going to go with, I'm not surprised that the Phillies are favored. I think because the Phillies have a stronger, everybody has holes, right? All 30 have holes that you can poke. But the Phillies bullpen right now, in my opinion, is better than the Dodgers. And while I will take the Dodgers starting rotation over the Phillies at the moment with the struggles of Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler being on the IL and those types of things, I think in the postseason, the games are closer and you're going to have to heavily rely on your bullpen, and the Dodgers bullpen just hasn't figured it out right now. So I'm taking the Phillies in the National League. I think the American League is a lot tougher. If the Astros do get in, so I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, if the Astros do get in, I could see the Astros going to the World Series, because once you get into the postseason, you just reset, right? I don't see the Mariners doing it. So if the Astros get in, I say it's Phillies Astros. If they don't get in, I say it's Phillies Toronto.
As far as a lot of these big matchups today, you do have some of the heavy hitters going, like Fried going with the Yankees. Of course, that's against the White Sox. Crochet going for the Red Sox against Scherzer. But you cover the Dodgers. I'm really interested in this Dodgers-D-backs matchup tonight with Snell on the bump. Any quick thoughts on that Snell-Nelson matchup?
I mean, Snell's amazing, right? And honestly, Shohei was amazing yesterday. It was the furthest that Shohei has gone out as a Dodger. I mean, he pitched into the sixth inning. He looked great, and then the Dodgers bullpen blew it up. So I'm going to need Snell to throw a complete game shutout. I mean, that's what it's coming to at this point, guys. It's coming to the point where the starters have to go the distance. Or when I'm not kidding you, I did Dodgers territory on the Foul Territory Network last night. We did post game. And I did it obviously here from my home. I walked from my couch, which is 15 feet that way, over to my office. In that time, Tanner Scott walked the first batter and hit the second batter. And all of a sudden I was like, what the hell just happened? And then, so that's a 4-3 lead. And then the Diamondbacks tie it. And then they have a walk-off. I'm like, what? So the Dodgers need to go deep into the game, and they need to go deep enough into the game to where that bullpen can reset itself. The Diamondbacks are dangerous, Torey Lovullo, I don't discount him. Look at what they did. What was it, 2022 or whatever, when everybody was counting him out and they ended up in the World Series. You know,
Yep.
so who knows? That's why this game is so great, because we all think we're experts, and honestly, we know nothing.
Great finish. We might be down to these tiebreakers. It's going to be a lot of fun over the next week. Alana Rizzo, Foul Territory. Check it out weekdays at 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, Alana. Good stuff.
All right, guys. You have a great day. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Arizona's still sitting there, Sam. 300-1 for the World Series here, and they're just one game back. It's interesting. Houston's a game back, and they're 35-1, but Arizona's 300-1. Quite a big difference. That was a big win for the Mets last night. Wood chipper? Find out. Thor Nystrom. This is the Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
take Illinois, Sam.
They bring pressure. Stockton together, long throw to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Humphreys! Are you kidding me? A 4th down touchdown. What a throw! Drops back, delivers, wide open, and Zach Branch converts. And Georgia has drawn even.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Sam, you read my mind. I'm just hoping that you could be on opposite sides with the next guest on one of these big matchups in college football this weekend. His name is Thor Nystrom. Check out his work, fantasylife.com. Follow him on X, Thorku, at Thorku over there. Thor, how you doing, man? Hope you're probably better than me because I had a number of John Mateer Heisman tickets.
Oh, gosh. I just got a call this morning from one of my buddies who was here this summer, and apparently he had asked me like who should I bet on, like a long shot for the Heisman, and he told me that he burned his 28-1 Mateer ticket. Very sad day. We all had to say RIP to some of those Heisman tickets. He can't win the Heisman if you miss a month of the season. Unfortunate, Mateer's hand hit an Auburn defender's helmet in the first quarter. We just didn't know it. He played at the end of that game. He's been fabulous this year. Mateer was up to QB2 on my draft board, and he had become moving in on what you could call a consensus first-round pick. You look at the mock drafts around the industry. He was in the first round for the first time of mine, the first one we done in season last week. We'll see when he comes back if he can regain that momentum that he had generated at the beginning of the season. But tough news in Norman.
Who's QB1 for you?
Garrett Nussmeier. But Mateer would have been.
But he's also he's banged up too, Nussmeier, right?
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been great this year. There was a thing in August with him with the knee, where Brian Kelly seemed to indicate that it wasn't, short-term catastrophic. It was long-term chronic. The knee condition with Nussmeier. And then they just said last week, what was it, the torso thing that Nussmeier's dealing with? He clearly does not appear to be physically right. So that's something to watch down the stretch as well.
Yeah, Mateer was the favorite before this news comes down yesterday. And then, of course, you get this. And then in the Heisman odds, everybody's got to get a little bit shorter. Is there someone that you have in mind? If it's not Mateer, it's this guy. Maybe let's not say Beck because he's right there at the very top too. Well, there's a couple names there at the very top now, but is there someone maybe a little bit down the board that people are not thinking of that they should, because the way things stack up next few weeks, that name could be, let's say, top 5 in the odds?
I do have a couple. I dove into the Heisman board a couple days ago, and there's 2 long shots that I liked at that time. I don't know how much the odds have changed. This is from 2 days ago. These odds were from FanDuel, so forgive me if I cite the wrong ones. But at that time, Jaden Maeva from USC was 20-1. Let me start with this. The guy who wins the Heisman almost every year is going to be a starting quarterback for a playoff team, right? One of those 12 guys. So you can narrow the field down quick. We had the 2 unicorns over the last, 35 years or so win it with Woodson and Hunter. But barring that, it's almost always going to be the starting quarterback for the CFP team. If USC makes the playoff this year, Maeva he's going to be in consideration for that because of the stats he's putting up. So Maeva at 20-1, and then the long shot that I liked was Damon Williams of Washington at 50-1. Damon Williams is a really, really exciting dual threat guy, and I like Washington as a team this year. They were my pick in the summer as like the deep dark horse type sleeper to make the college football playoff. If Washington is able to make the college football playoff, Damon Williams is going to be in the discussion for that thing as well. Obviously, Washington started out undefeated at this time. They got some big games coming up, got the Ohio State game, et cetera, et cetera. Can you pull an ambush there? If you can, Damon Williams is going to soar up the board.
We did see Washington get bet. This number in Vegas opened 10, and now we're 8 basically everywhere.
Oh.
I see a 7.5. Are you supporting that move on the Huskies, or do you think they're in trouble?
Give me the points and give me a money line ticket on the Huskies in that game.
Julian
The-
Saint's first real road start.
First real road start, and you're going into a very, very tough environment. As you guys know, in Seattle, that's one of the harder stadiums to play in. The fans are kind of on top of you, and the road trip, you're going back a couple of time zones. And then the other thing, Washington, their defense, it's run like an NFL defense, sort of run like the old Seahawk defenses, honestly. They have the two pterodactyl cornerbacks on the outside, Ephesians Prisock and Takario Davis. Both of them are 6'3" or taller, and both of them have ludicrous wingspans, like 6'6" or above wingspans on those guys. So they can mug you off the line. They're very, very active on defense. And then on offense, I just love their pieces. Williams is one of the funnest players in the nation. If people haven't seen him before, you're going to enjoy seeing him. Denzel Boston on the outside. You have a legitimate dude out there, a guy who could be a top 3 wide receiver taken in April. And then Jonah Coleman's a stud, their running back. He could be a top 5 running back taken in April as well. Washington has way more talent than people think. Maybe they missed it because last year was Judd Fish's first year. But the second year with the staff there, you have a whole bunch of NFL players on that team. I like Washington. I think Washington could upset Ohio State.
With or Nystrom here on BetSweats, BetMGM Network, Joe O, Sammy P. All right, let's get to the big game of the week. 3.5 is the number. Penn State favored by 3.5 against Oregon. Superbook is actually at 3. So I wonder if we're going to get to 3 at some point this week. You would think the Ducks will be a popular play as a dog there getting that hook. What do you think about the matchup?
Yeah, this is a fun, man. This Saturday, boys. Woof. You look through this slate, absolutely amazing. This is this is a good one. I mean, we're gonna find out which one of these two teams is like for real. This is a tough spot for Oregon coming across the country here playing Penn State. What do we get from Drew Allar in a big spot? And will Penn State open up that offense and try to attack Oregon a little bit? You have to be very careful, though. Uagalele, the edge from Oregon, has been very active in the early going. Oregon's defense is obviously amazing. We are right on the line there. That would probably be a stay away for me. Feels like a fair line. What do you guys like in that one?
I want Dante Moore in the wood chipper.
Yeah. I'll go Oppo you for sure.
I need a Penn State helmet. You and I are 2-2 on these helmet bets. We're 2-2. We got to break the tie.
All right, let's do it for the rubber match. I'm in.
Okay,
I'm in.
so you get 3.5 with the Ducks.
All right, I'll take it. Dante Moore has been.
Way, though, sorry, in some weird way, like they lose this game, I'm probably not going to downgrade them. And I want to see a little bit more seasoning on Moore. I still think I like Oregon macro, but I like Penn State in this spot.
Yeah, that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch with Moore in this spot. You watch like his cutoffs. I see his cutoffs at this point. The arm on that kid obviously is for real, and he's reading the field so much better than we saw a couple years ago when, as a true freshman, Chip Kelly had thrown him out at UCLA. But now, obviously, you're going across the country and you're going to play on the whiteout at night with the stadium pulse, at 100 or whatever. This is going to be pretty fun. But yeah, I'm willing to go with Oregon here. I like Oregon's talent.
Georgia Bama will be fun. Both of these games going on simultaneously. It's going to be awesome. Georgia favored by 3. That is at the 3 going against Bama. What do you think?
Yeah, Georgia. Can Bama exploit Georgia through the air at all? I think, that's the thing to keep an eye on. Georgia's run defense has remained really good. Number 10 success rate, yards per rush, 7th. EPA per rush, top 20 as well. It's the pass defense with Georgia that you can exploit. Will Alabama be able to exploit it here? Is this going to be a game where Ryan Williams goes ballistic? That they're going to need it. And then with Georgia, can you open up your offense at all? I don't love the talent that Georgia has on offense, and they do like the paper cut thing with Stockton. There's no running backs there that are like NFL studs. Frazier's fine. You know what I mean? I think I would side towards Alabama in that one. The lack of explosion on the Georgia offense in conjunction with Georgia's struggles against the pass. You have some room to exploit that. So I'm going to go with Bama.
Where are you at on Texas? It's a fascinating team because I think, Joe and I were on the same page coming into the season. Don't bet them to win the title. Don't bet Arch for Heisman. The hype was just way too high. But now there's no hype. And now the offense is ruined and Arch is a bust. And I never think the truth is extreme on either side. They're minus 150 to make the playoff at BetMGM. You can find a 450 on them to win the SEC. Are you in or out on Texas?
Yeah, I mean, man, you look at the rest of their schedule. This actually lines up really well for Texas. I imagine that's why you're asking the question. But you have Florida where Billy Napier is on fire watch. Then you're going to get Oklahoma's backup quarterback. Keep in mind, folks, their backup quarterback, right? With Mateer being out for the month, that month coincides with the Texas-Oklahoma game. So Texas is going to get their backup. Then Kentucky, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, the aforementioned Georgia, and then Arkansas and A&M. It is a manageable schedule for Texas. So you have the leeway to lose one more game and still make the playoff. The first loss was to Ohio State, obviously, but a 10-2 team from the SEC that only loses to Ohio State and one other team, they're getting into the playoff. Be pretty fascinating to see Arch Manning in a playoff game. I think I would be loading up to bet against Arch Manning in a playoff game. So I'm kind of rooting for Texas to make the playoff.
All right. You mentioned Maeva. I love that because I mentioned it earlier in the show. That number shortened a little bit for Heisman, 16-1. And they're in a path right now where he can look really good. He can throw up some numbers. No, numbers already great, but now you go against Illinois and look at what happened to them against Indiana. A couple weeks from now, they go to South Bend. And how about all the issues with that Irish secondary that we've seen? Even Purdue was putting up a little bit of points there. Let's talk about USC, Illinois. Illinois looking to get off the deck. They are a 6.5-point home underdog. So USC favored on the road by nearly a touchdown.
Yeah, I would probably have to take the points with the home team there in a potential bounce back spot here. Obviously, Illinois looks horrible over the weekend against Indiana, and they're going to have to fix those pass defense issues that we saw in that game. So there's bets on the board that I would probably feel better about, but forced to bet that one, I would have to take the points with the home team. Illinois, they send the heat, the blitzing, and then they keep their corners on islands. It did not work against Indiana. Can you have better success here? And also, can you modulate your strategy at all? Kirk Cignetti is one of the best coaches we have at watching the game film every single week and then making opponent-specific game plans is why Cignetti has always been as good as he is, because every time they get the best of it against every single opponent. Can Illinois on the other side, can you make adjustments after you just got exploited like that? We'll find out, but getting that many points at home, I would side with them.
The question of the summer was, who's this year's Indiana? The answer could be Indiana.
I think
could
so.
be Indiana again, right?
I think so. Indiana's better, right? I mean, this year they brought in a whole lot of talent. Of course, it's the second year with the staff, but that almost doesn't matter because you're bringing in new rosters each year. But that Mendoza kid is legit. He's for real.
Any games that we didn't cover that you like?
I would have to look back through the board, but
You hit on LSU Ole Miss?
I don't think we talked about LSU Ole Miss.
Okay.
Where are we at in that one? Oh,
Ole Miss,
1.5. Yeah, I would take Ole Miss in that one. We talked about Nussmeier and being kind of banged up to this point. You get kind of a weird feeling about that team with that offense. I don't know. I would side with Ole Miss in that one.
All right. Very good. How about Utah? Like, I was looking at that. They were like the second favorite near the top in the conference. Then they lose last week, convincing fashion and with the final score. Do you think they have a chance to where they could meet up with Tech again?
They certainly you have a shot there. Obviously, you got a couple of systemic issues there that you're going to have to address. I was kind of surprised that the offensive line of Utah was handled the way that it was in that game against Tech. We thought Utah had the best offensive line in the nation coming into the season, certainly the best set of tackles. And Lomu has struggled a little bit. We'll have to see, but I do like, Utah, when they can get the game script in their favor, they got you. But as Texas Tech showed, you get a double-digit lead on them, they're feeble, right? And so you put a lot of importance on the first quarter and first half of these Utah games, because depending on at halftime where the game script goes, you can kind of know. I think Utah, for me, they're a live betting team the rest of this year.
Okay. All right. That's a good way to look at it when it comes to the Utes. Good stuff, Thor Nystrom, FantasyLife.com. We've got a helmet bet between Oregon and Penn State. Can't wait to see the result of that. Thank you,
Ducks.
Thor. Enjoy the weekend. Lightning Bets next. This is Bet Sweats.
Appreciate it, boy.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lot to discuss. We've been going over NFL futures, college, looks for the weekend as well. Major League Baseball, the card is interesting today. You've got a lot of number one starters that are going. I see one that was almost a $4 favorite. I want to say, against your White Sox, that the Yankees were minus 350 on the money line for today. We haven't seen as much of that in the past as we see in the last week of the season. A lot of much closer numbers. That's definitely the biggest favorite on the board. Minus 385. I see it for Fried against Ellard. Who's F. Ellard?
No idea.
I don't know. I don't know anybody on the White Sox.
Should we bet them?
Many people do. The White Sox?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, after clinching their... Did you see the celebration last night? I was like, really? You're the New York Yankees for clinching a playoff spot? I'm not trying to take away anyone's fun, but I thought, for a win over the White Sox, it was a little dramatic.
Are you talking about the Yankee celebration or the celebrations on social media? Which ones?
Oh, I missed those. What sort of celebration? Related to the Yankees?
Are back. Yankees are back.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Who said that? Who said the Yankees are back? You can't
tell you.
Come on.
You know.
Do they like the Eagles?
No. Somebody different.
Oh,
look, I'm
Ariel.
So I'm going to be in New York tonight, and I'm meeting up with a buddy of mine that I went to Carmel with, and he goes, "What's the bet tonight? Any MAC games?" No, the MAC games don't start till November
for a while.
So he wants a bet. He goes, "Give me a bet," and I don't have a bet tonight. I rely on either Jake or my intuition to bet the White Sox in New York at plus 300. BetMGM.
Oh no! Against what's his name again?
Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Jake, you got it. What do you think? You called the Diamondbacks yesterday. I think you were just rooting for your bet, but it came through for you. What do you think about plus 300?
I thought about the White Sox. I really thought about it. I'm scared, but I could.
So am I.
I would join. I would join my buddy, my good friend Sam in the foxhole, as it were.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send a bet to the group thread tonight. It's gonna be a bet on the White Sox money line, and I will sing "New York, New York" in the bar if they win.
All right, well, now I got to do it.
With the video?
Sure. Why not?
All right, I'll do it right now. I'm in.
Good. They're gonna lose
Fraser
8-0.
They're gonna lose 12-1.
And there's a grand slam by Judge.
Fraser Ellard, relief pitcher. So I'm guessing it's an opener situation.
That vaunted
There's
White
that
Sox
too.
bullpen, of course.
Yes, of course. That's
Ellard
fun.
Moon
tonight.
Number 55.
By the way, before we get to lightning bets that we actually like, a lot of reaction on social media about your tipping story, including one that we got from Megan, who listens to the show all the time. Last week, the bug guy was at the house baiting the termite traps, Megan says. She got a text from the bug guy sending a link to tip for the great service. The termite guy. The termite guy.
Ridiculous.
Wants a tip. He wants a taste.
My guy, DeBeard74 checks in. Joe, if I'd hit your MLB Survivor, you were easily getting 10%. Vegas proxy, at least 5%. 1%? Ugh. Keep it, buddy. That's terrible.
Seriously. Seriously. That guy that won half of the pool, that got the $9,000, he strikes me as one of those movie cheapskates. Oh, I know exactly who won. Uncle Frank from Home Alone. Did he win the pool?
Oh, yeah, where he's just, yes.
Honey,
everybody
you have
else
any
is
cash?
paying for everything.
Traveler's checks. He says he doesn't have any cash to pay the pizza guy.
Yeah. Yep, I know. It's so easy nowadays, too. They get you every which way. All right. Lightning bets. Where you going today, Sammy?
I said yesterday I want to wait for 3. I still do on Penn State, man. I really do. Like, I don't want to give 3.5 and then have somebody come in and crack Oregon, and then it gets to 3, and then they win by 3. I just really don't want to do that. But understand again that I am in a holding pattern on Penn State.
It's a 3. It's a 3 at Superbook. So does that tell you it's going to go there?
I think Ed wants to write a Penn State bet for sure.
Gotcha.
I think he really wants it. But a lot of these other books are hanging tight. Despite the appetite to bet Oregon, this line is still 3.5. Let me do this now. Let me take Atlanta in the NFL. Best number I can get. I know it's not going to be popular because they just lost 30-0. The Atlanta Falcons, I can get plus 1.5 at BetMGM. It might keep running. It might not. We'll see. But I love Atlanta off that spot. It's hard to love a team that lost 30-0. But now Mariota just scored 40 points. All he's got to do is beat Atlanta on the road. Atlanta will correct itself and reverse to the mean. Give me the Falcons.
Okay. There you go. I love to hear Thor say, yeah, Maeva. That's probably the move. We lost a few points here with the Mateer news, but it's probably worth it going from 20 to 16. Next few weeks, I think he's going to have outstanding performances, and then he's going to be in that conversation. I'm going Maeva 16-1 for your Heisman winner, and I don't think it's dumb if you want to grab 100 that's out there, because I think Mateer is going to return. The question is he going to be there for the Texas game? When we saw the announcement of the names, I was like, oh, this is easy for the Ryder Cup. It's easy. But we know how much the home course means, and we see the history every other year for a while now. I think we have to go back a decade where Europe rattled off a few wins in a row. The home course means so much. But as far as talent, the better golfers, they're on the European side. And if you want to exclude the tie, we're talking about plus 170 if ties with ties. I'm sorry, if ties an option, or plus 150 without. I'm with G. Feinberg. I think Europe's going to win, and they're a sizable underdog. So I'm going to go there on the Ryder Cup. I'm going to take Europe, and everybody's going to be mad at me. So
well,
there you have
who
it.
cares if people are mad at you? They're mad at us all the time. They're mad at us when we give 5 bets, go 4-1, and they're mad about the 1. People are always going to be mad. Is what it is. He's the second person I really respect that said bet Europe. I have done nothing with it yet. Maybe I get there. We'll see. When does it even start? I should know that. Tomorrow? Friday?
I think it's Friday it officially gets going.
Okay. I should know that. I hate that I even asked that, but I just don't care.
It's Friday to Sunday.
Sorry.
Friday to Sunday. Yep.
Do
but
not
if you
care
got something
one
on it, you're probably going to check it out on Friday, aren't you?
I will definitely care more. Let me also add that lightning bet that we talked about in Power Rankings. Bills over Lions, 30-1.
Mm-hmm.
Bills to beat the Lions in the Super Bowl, 30-1.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good one. I like that. Seeing it 2 out of 3 weeks with the Lions makes you more comfortable. There were a lot of unknowns heading into the season. I'm like, okay, we saw it again after that awful performance against Green Bay. So it looks like they might be closer to last year's version than we've seen in the past, than we thought, maybe. All right, Paul Aspen, what do you have for lightning bets?
Paul microphone, Moon.
Mute, Moon? Moon, mute.
That
He's
face.
leaving.
And he's
back.
gone.
He's pissed. And he's still nothing. Oh, it's like G. Feinberg. We had to go to the phone.
He's on the way out the door, is what happened. He's on his way to New York. Maybe I'll see Paul.
Our fearless leader.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe. I'll be out. I just told you I'm going to sing New York, New York in a bar when the White Sox win.
I knew you were going to be there. I wasn't aware Paul was.
Yes.
Okay. So
Still
you'll be
can't
in the
hear Paul.
studios. You'll be recording bear bets. He's done. Put something in the chat if you want to add.
Oh, I figured it out. I had the Sam Mike thing.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh! Wow. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Tapped it a little too hard, I guess.
Well, what did
See,
you,
this
what
is
happened?
what happens to me. This is what,
Yeah.
like that mic, it just turns off without anything.
I feel better because it's happened before. Other play
No, I
user
feel
error,
better.
sure,
So now you,
but yeah.
you can't get mad at me now when that stupid mic goes out in New York, because you know now.
Yeah, I feel you. As I was trying to say, so yeah, kind of forgot about the Ryder Cup. It kind of snuck up on us, I guess. But yeah, I'm with same thing as Jeff, same thing as Joe. I'll play the three-way line, like plus 170 with the rosters. And you better believe I was just looking at like first player to lose singles or whatever, looking at JT's number down the board. I guess that's never happened to him before. So we'll look at props a little bit more tomorrow, maybe have something there. But Europe plus 170, yeah, for sure. And it's like, okay, what can we hook this to? Do we hook this to Miami? Do we hook this to the Lions to win the NFC? Do we
We can't have a golf bet. You got to hook it to something. Yeah.
Oh, we could do both. I'd say Europe, Miami, Lions, NFC is 247 to 1.
Bell.
There's not a
have to do
loser,
it.
so it's a
You
lock.
have to do it.
Basically. Yeah.
Quit saying that L
247 to
word.
1.
Saying that
Sorry.
L word on
My
my
bad.
teams.
Yeah, I
say
didn't
that.
bet him. What
Don't
do I
throw
care?
that voodoo on your bets.
Well, I do have Europe in there.
It's true.
All right, Jake, what you got?
I will also be on Europe. How does it lose? Can't wait. Going to be really awesome.
Oh, boy.
I'm going back to the well, too.
Anti-American? You anti-American snakes?
I mean, isn't the most American thing to love money more than anything? So, anyway, point being, I'm going back to the well with the Diamondbacks, too. Snell on the road in a big spot. Absolutely Diamondbacks money line. Let's go.
Yeah, when I saw he was on the bump, I knew which side Jake was going to be on for tonight. All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Great to be with you as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, how about a preview of the Ryder Cup? We're going to bring in our good friend Doug Bell, who is covering the event for PGA Tour Radio. That's followed by another great guest at 8:20 as we talk NFL and the showdown between Penn State and Oregon with former Nittany Lion Michael Robinson. And yes, Best Bets and the Dogster at 8:40. Welcome to our audience on Stadium. As we always stream our final hour, you can do that by downloading the Bally Sports Live app or going to ballysportslive.com. And right into our first guest we go. We love Doug Bell here on the show. Does play-by-play for PGA Tour Radio, and he is covering the Ryder Cup this week, which begins on Friday. Doug, good morning. Always great to talk to you. And let me begin with an obvious question, which is, did Keegan Bradley make the right call in not playing here?
Well, Michael, Chelsea, great to be with you. And I'm excited. I'm a Southern guy, but I love going to New York.
Yeah.
Even though the Ryder Cup is about 40 miles east of Manhattan, I'll be staying with my son in his little apartment there. But it's going to be great. Did he make the right choice? No. He's playing better than half the guys on his team. There's no question about it. But in retrospect, and this is just going back to when he made that decision, and he said at the time, Michael, that the decision had been made weeks before the actual announcement. He just feels there's too much on his plate. And, you know, and when you think about it, all the interviews and things of that nature, I mean, it is 2025. Social media is abuzz. There's more media coverage of this event than ever in the history of the Ryder Cup. So perhaps he did make the right decision. We shall see. But again, Michael, when you're playing better than half your team and you have for a 2-year period, you're kind of like, And remember, nobody loves the Ryder Cup more than Keegan Bradley. Very, very passionate about this event against the Euro team.
I think my favorite part of the Ryder Cup is like the genuine like hatred and dislike of the people who are on the opposing sides, and especially this year, which I'm sure you've been following this back and forth exchange between Bryson DeChambeau and Rory, where Bryson started it by saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be all in his ear, I'm going to be chirping him, I'm going to get all in his head. And then Rory responded by saying, I think the only way that Bryson DeChambeau gets attention is by mentioning other people. To get attention, he will mention me or Scotty Scheffler. How does this go into the handicap of the Ryder Cup? Like, I understand it's a sport, but golf is such a mental